This auspicious moment will be witnessed by well-versed architects all over Kerala and the juries from India. I request all the participants to kindly report in their respective halls 10 minutes prior. Let me now invite our Kerala chapter chairman, architect L. Gopakumar sir, Kerala State Award convener, architect Sajo Joseph, and Kannur Center secretary, architect Lijo TV, to the stage. Our chief guest has arrived. The inauguration is about to begin. I take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Mayor, Advocate T.O. Mohanan, to the stage. I request Kannur Center Chairman, Architect Sudhit Kumar, to accompany him. Let me invite Kerala Chapter Chairman, L. Gopakumar, Kerala State Award Convener, Sajo Joseph, and Kannur Center Secretary, Architect Lijo TV, to the stage. I invite Architect Sudhit Kumar, Chairman of IIA Kannur Center, to formally welcome the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Mayor, esteemed guests, and my fellow architects. It is my great honor to welcome you all to this ceremony. I am overwhelmed to have this opportunity to address you all on this auspicious occasion of IIA Kerala State Awards 2021. This is an occasion of joy, all of us, as we gather today with a group of extraordinary people in an extraordinary place and for an extraordinary purpose. I heartily welcome our delegated chief guest, Advocate T.O. Mohanan, Mayor of Kannur Corporation, who has always extended his hands of support towards IIA's ventures. We are grateful to him for accepting our invitation as the chief guest of today's event, sir. It's my pleasure to welcome our esteemed panel of jury members who have enthusiastically visited all the sites across the stage, because as we all know, architecture is all about how we experience it. We also have our IIA Kerala chapter chairman, architect L. Gopakumar, our award convener, architect Sajo Joseph, and our Kannur Center secretary, architect Liju TV, on the dais, who had truly remarkable roles in organizing this event. IIA Kerala State Award for Architecture is organized every year to celebrate excellence in architecture. Just like all of you, I am excited to be part of this ceremony where 500 plus architects are registered till now. We have our sponsors like Trojan, Trutoff, Roca, PK In-Store, KL, MDS, and in association with the CAF, it's Kannur Architects Forum, and all our stall holders support this 2 days dream. Once again, I extended our warm welcome to all the Kerala State Award for Architecture conducted by IIA Kerala chapter and hosted by IIA Kannur Center. Best wishes to my fellow architects who are shortlisted for the awards under 16 categories, keeping inspiring us. I declare this function open for your participation in the hope that you will enjoy the event as much as we enjoyed it organizing for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your earnest welcome address. I'm delightful to invite Architect L. Gopakumar, sir, to enlighten us with his precious words.
Chairman of IIA Kannur Center, Sujit, Worshipful Mayor of Kannur Corporation, Mohan sir, Lijo and Sajo, distinguished jury members and my fellow architects. ഇന്ന് നമ്മളൊരു ചരിത്ര മുഹൂർത്തത്തിന് സാക്ഷിയാവാനാണ് ഇന്ന് കൂടിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. കാരണം ഏകദേശം ഒരു 2 വർഷത്തെ ഇടവേളയ്ക്ക് ശേഷം നമ്മുടെ prestigious IIA Silver Leaf and Golden Leaf Award has come back with a big bang, and we are going to celebrate the award ceremony in these 2 days. Organizing such a big event is not a small joke, and to be frank, we were little apprehensive when we entrusted the work to Kannur Center. But they have really surprised and surpassed all our expectations. A big thanks to team Kannur, and none of my vocabulary is enough to congratulate or appreciate their good work. It's a really a good teamwork. About 30-40 architects have been working day in and day out for the last 30-40 days. And I have personally seen them going into all nuances of the event and perfecting it, and they have turned no stone unturned to make this a meticulous, a perfect event. Thanks to Team Kannur, and it's a success unlimited for Kannur, and more responsibility will be on you. You can expect from IIA Kerala chapter. And we all know that we are in the midst of a pandemic and a subsequent financial meltdown. And an event of this huge magnitude needs real money. Without money, this event would not have taken place. But fortunately, we have the industry leaders, trade leaders in the construction industry coming up in spite of their bad times. They have supported us with a big heart. All the sponsors listed here, Trojan, Trutoff, etc. And I request all the architects to keep their names in their mind with top priority in coming years in your professional involvements and engagements. And we have a panel of eminent juries. All of them are from not from Kerala. They also took so much of pain for the last 1 month. It's about 200 entries, shortlisted to 60 entries, and they have personally visited the selected entries to make sure that the best gets awarded, the best gets recognized. So thanks to all the jury members who have taken the pain to make this IIA award very transparent, very genuine, and most prestigious in the state of Kerala. Thanks to all jury members. And coming to the participants, yes, jury needs a big round of applause again. Don't be hesitant to appreciate. It's a good morning for all of us today. And the participants, of course. The awards makes us more responsible. If you take the pyramid hierarchy, the winners, the shortlisted entries, all 200 entries, then entire architectural community, and then comes the society. Actually, the winners to the society, the pyramids needs mutual support. And the architect as a fraternity should commit ourselves getting these awards and even participating in even knowing about the awards, that we will be more and more responsible to the society, including human being society and non-human being society, which includes our flora and fauna, the animal life. They are also part of the society, and they are our better clients. During in this award function, and the theme is sustainable architecture, like promoting such an event, we should affirm and commit ourselves for such a cause. And that's all I have to say. We have 2 days of eminent jury presentations, discussions, and finally selection of the winners and the celebration of architecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your treasured words, sir. I would like to call our Kerala State Award convener, Architect Sajjo Joseph, to take the proceedings in detail.
Worshipful Mayor Advocate T.O. Mohanan, Kerala Chapter Chairman L. Govkumar, Kannur Center Chairman Sujit Kumar, our Secretary Liju, the eminent jury panel members, all the dignitaries, participants, and my dear colleagues. IIA Kerala Chapter have been organizing the state awards for the past many years, and many of the centers have hosted it wonderfully. Now, for the first time, Kannur Center has got the opportunity to host this prestigious event, and I believe we will be able to keep up this achievement. I am proud to welcome our eminent jury panels who have come from different parts of the outside Kerala, from different states, and the members of the panel are Architect Bijoy Ramendran, Architect Madhav Raman, Architect Biju Kuriakos, Architect Rohan Chavan, Architect Anand Wadwekar, and Architect Girish Doshi. Architect Aba Narnaya Lamba was involved in shortlisting the awards, and Architect Pankaj Modi will join the team for judging the conservation projects. We had altogether 225 award entries, and from which 60 entries were shortlisted. And all the shortlisted 60 entries were physically visited by the jury members, and it was happening for the last 4 days. And I believe it was a very hectic procedure, but they did it wonderfully and cooperated well. And it is a great achievement for the chapter. And today, the shortlisted participants will be presenting their projects in front of the juries for the final evaluation. And I personally congratulate and wish all the best to all the participants. To conclude this, I would like to invite our chief guest, Advocate T.O. Mohanan, to light the lantern and declare the inauguration of the jury session. Thank you.
Our chief guest merely requires any introduction, though he is well known for his work in the field of politics. Besides, he is well known advocate of the current era. Moreover, he is profoundly loved and respected by the people of Kannur, especially the architects to whom he had got great influence due to his character and work as the mayor of Kannur Corporation. We are very privileged to have you with us on this auspicious occasion. With that being said, let me call none other than Advocate T.O. Mohanan for the inaugural speech.
ഏറെ ബഹുമാനായ കേരള ചാപ്റ്റർ ചെയർമാൻ ശ്രീ ഗോപകുമാർ, കണ്ണൂർ ചാപ്റ്ററിൻ്റെ ചെയർമാൻ ശ്രീ സുജിത്ത്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ശ്രീ സജോ, ലിജു, മറ്റ് സംസ്ഥാനത്തിൻ്റെ വിവിധ ഭാഗങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആർക്കിടെക്ടർമാർ, എൻ്റെ ചാപ്റ്റർ ഭാരവാഹികൾ, മറ്റ് സഹോദരി സഹോദരന്മാരെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, വളരെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് ഇത്തരമൊരു ചടങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാകുന്നതിന്. അതിലൊക്കെ ഉപരിയായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു സന്തോഷം, ഈ അവാർഡ് 2021 അതിൻ്റെ നിർണയത്തിന് കണ്ണൂർ തിരഞ്ഞെടുത്തു വന്നതിൽ വളരെയധികം സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ ഭാരവാഹികളെ അതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ തന്നെ ഞാൻ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ തട്ടി അഭിനന്ദിക്കുന്നു. ഈ ഒരു ഫീൽഡ്, അതിൻ്റെ മനോഹാരിത എത്രമാത്രമാണ് എന്ന് ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പാകെ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പറയേണ്ടതില്ല. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ നാട് അത് മനോഹരമാണ് എന്ന് പൊതുസമൂഹം വിലയിരുത്തുന്നത് പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ കാണുന്ന മനോഹരമായ അന്തരീക്ഷമാണ്. അതിനകത്ത് കെട്ടിടങ്ങൾക്ക് നിർണായകമായ പങ്കുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അർബൻ ഡിസൈനിങ്ങുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട നഗരങ്ങളുടെ രൂപകൽപ്പനയിലൊക്കെ തന്നെയുള്ള ഓരോ കഴിവും ഓരോ ആളുകൾ പ്രകടിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് കാണുമ്പോൾ വാസ്തവത്തിൽ പലപ്പോഴും അത്ഭുതം തന്നെ തോന്നിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ അത്ഭുതം ചിലപ്പോൾ കുറേ കാലം നോക്കി നിന്നു പോകും. ഇപ്പം നമ്മളൊക്കെ ആലോചിക്കുമ്പോൾ, ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ കോർപ്പറേഷൻ്റെ ഒരു മേയർ എന്നുള്ള രൂപത്തിൽ പല കാര്യങ്ങളും ഞാൻ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ കണ്ണൂർ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ കണ്ണൂരിനകത്ത് ജവഹർ സ്റ്റേഡിയം ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട സ്ഥലമാണ്. ആ ജവഹർ സ്റ്റേഡിയം അതിൻ്റെ നിർമ്മാണം നടന്നത് 1978 കാലഘട്ടത്തിലാണ്. അന്ന് കണ്ണൂർ, ഇപ്പം ഞാനിവിടെ സുജിത്തോട് ചോദിച്ചു, കണ്ണൂരിൽ എപ്പോഴാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇതിൻ്റെ ചാപ്റ്റർ നിലവിൽ വന്നത്, IIAയുടെ ഭാഗമായി വന്നത് 2006 അല്ലേ, 2006. അപ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായും അത് കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ വന്നത് 1986 കേരള ചാപ്റ്റർ ഫോം ചെയ്തത് എന്നാണ് അറിഞ്ഞത്. അപ്പം നമുക്കറിയാം അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു വികാസം ആരംഭിക്കുന്നത്, അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംഘടിത സ്വഭാവത്തിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ വരുന്നത് കേരളത്തിൽ 1986. അപ്പോൾ ഇതൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്തൊരു കാലത്ത് 78 നിർമ്മിച്ച സ്റ്റേഡിയമാണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഈ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ്റെ ഒരു മെക്കാനിക്കൽ ഇതിലേക്ക് വന്നത് വളരെ റീസെൻ്റായിട്ടാണ്. പക്ഷേ അതിന് മുൻപൊക്കെ മാനുവലായി ചെയ്തൊരു സ്റ്റേഡിയമാണത്. ഇന്ന് ആളുകൾ അതിനെ നോക്കി അതിൻ്റെ തകർന്ന ഭാഗങ്ങളുടെ പടം സൂം ചെയ്തെടുത്ത് പത്രത്തിൽ വന്ന് തകർന്നു കിടന്നിരിക്കുന്നു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവഗണിക്കപ്പെട്ട് കിടന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞുള്ള വാർത്തകൾ കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ 1978 കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ എത്ര സ്റ്റേഡിയം ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നോക്കിയാൽ മതി. അന്നത്തെ ഭരണാധികാരികൾ ₹1 ടിക്കറ്റ് വെച്ച് അംബാസഡർ കാർ 1ാം സമ്മാനമായി നൽകി ജനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നുൾപ്പെടെ പണം പിരിച്ച് നിർമ്മിച്ചൊരു സ്റ്റേഡിയമാണ്. ഞാൻ ആ സ്റ്റേഡിയത്തിൽ കളി കാണാൻ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ കളി കാണാൻ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഇടവേളകളിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബ്രേക്ക് ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ നോക്കിയത് ആകാശത്താണ്. കാരണം അവിടെ നിറഞ്ഞു കത്തുന്ന ഫ്ലഡ് ലൈറ്റ് കാണാം. കാരണം അങ്ങനെ ഫ്ലഡ് ലൈറ്റുള്ള സ്റ്റേഡിയം കേരളത്തിൽ അപൂർവമായൊരു ഘട്ടത്തിലാണ് കണ്ണൂരിൽ ആ സമയത്ത് ഒരു ഫ്ലഡ് ലൈറ്റ് സ്റ്റേഡിയം ആരംഭിച്ചത് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത് അന്നേറ്റവും വലിയ സംഭവമാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഇന്നത് നിസ്സാരവൽക്കരിക്കുകയാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇന്നത് മാറണം. ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ ബജറ്റിനകത്ത് കണ്ണൂർ ജവഹർ സ്റ്റേഡിയം അത് നവീകരിക്കുകയല്ല വേണ്ടത്, പുനർനിർമ്മിക്കുകയാണ് വേണ്ടത്. അതിന് ആ നിലയിൽ എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ ഓഫ് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ക്ഷണിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഏറ്റവും അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര നിലവാരത്തിലുള്ളൊരു, പെട്ടെന്ന് നമ്മളൊക്കെ കാലഘട്ടത്തിനിടയിൽ തന്നെ പ്രാവർത്തികമാകും എന്നുള്ള അഭിപ്രായം എനിക്കില്ല. പക്ഷേ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ആശയം മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞാനിത് പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നത്, നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ആശയം മുന്നോട്ട് വെക്കുമ്പോൾ അത് പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കാൻ, പൂർത്തീകരിക്കാൻ, അത് ഏറ്റെടുക്കാൻ അത് നിങ്ങളാണ് തയ്യാറാകേണ്ടത് എന്ന് സൂചിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പം നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ആ മേഖലയിൽ, ആ പ്രദേശത്ത് അതിൻ്റെ നഗരത്തിൻ്റെ സൗന്ദര്യം ഇതാ മിനുക്കിയെടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത് ആ പ്രദേശത്തെ ആർക്കിടെക്റ്റുമാരാണ് എന്ന് പറയത്തക്ക വിധത്തിലുള്ള നല്ല ലാൻഡ്മാർക്കുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനം നിങ്ങളുടെ ഭാഗത്ത് ഉണ്ടാകണം എന്ന് സൂചിപ്പിക്കാനാണ്. 2010-15 കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഞാൻ 2010-15 കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഞാൻ കണ്ണൂർ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയിലെ വൈസ് ചെയർമാനായിട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. ആ സമയത്തെ ഒരു അനുഭവം എനിക്ക് വളരെ നല്ലത്. അന്ന് മുതലാണ് കണ്ണൂരിലെ ആർക്കിടെക്റ്റുമാരുമായിട്ട് പലരുമായിട്ട് മുമ്പൊക്കെ വ്യക്തിബന്ധമുണ്ടെങ്കിലും IIA ബന്ധപ്പെടുന്നത് ആ സമയത്താണ്. അന്ന് കണ്ണൂർ നഗരത്തിന് എന്തൊക്കെ മാറ്റമുണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റും, കുറച്ചൊക്കെ ഭൗതികമായ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകണം, അതിന് ഏറ്റവും സപ്പോർട്ടീവായിട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ തയ്യാറാകേണ്ടവർ IIA ആളുകളാണ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു താല്പര്യം കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ അതിൻ്റെ ഭാരവാഹികളുമായി സംസാരിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. അന്ന് എനിക്ക് സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. എന്തു വേണമെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞാൽ സൗജന്യമായി ചെയ്തു തരാൻ തയ്യാറാണ് എന്ന് എൻ്റെ മുമ്പാകെ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഭാരവാഹികൾ ഉറപ്പ് തന്നു. അതൊരു നല്ല പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ട് തന്നെ ഏറ്റെടുത്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ചില നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ വെച്ചത്. ഇപ്പോൾ കണ്ണൂർ നഗരത്തിലൂടെ വരുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കണ്ണൂർ നഗരത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു ഡോക്യുമെൻ്ററി ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക്, അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മീഡിയ അതിനകത്ത് ഒരു വാർത്ത കണ്ണൂരിനെക്കുറിച്ച്, കണ്ണൂരിലൊരു സംഭവം ഉണ്ടായാൽ, എന്തു സംഭവം ഉണ്ടായാലും ഒരു വാർത്ത ന്യൂസ് അത് പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അതിനകത്തൊക്കെ തന്നെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഹൈലൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നൊരു ഭാഗമുണ്ടത്. അത് കണ്ണൂർ നഗരത്തിനകത്തെ ഗാന്ധി സർക്കിളാണ്. ആ ഗാന്ധി സർക്കിൾ അന്ന് ഞാൻ ആ സമയത്ത് പലപ്പോഴും പശുക്കൾ പുല്ല് മേയുന്ന, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ രാഷ്ട്രീയ പാർട്ടികളും മറ്റ് സംഘടനകളും അവരുടെ പരിപാടികൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കൊടിതോരണങ്ങൾ മാത്രം കെട്ടി അലക്ഷ്യമായ രൂപത്തിൽ പല സാധനങ്ങളും സൂക്ഷിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കേന്ദ്രമായി ആ ജംഗ്ഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം അത് മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ആലോചനയാണ് ഞാൻ അന്ന് ഫസ്റ്റ് പറഞ്ഞത്. അത് വളരെ സന്തോഷപൂർവ്വം IIA കണ്ണൂർ ചാപ്റ്റർ ഏറ്റെടുത്തു. അതിന് നേതൃത്വം കൊടുത്തത് ശ്രീ സജോ ആണ്. സജോവിനെ എപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ ആ കാര്യത്തിൽ അഭിനന്ദിക്കാറുണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കണ്ണൂർ ചാപ്റ്ററിനെയും. അത് ഏറ്റെടുത്ത് ഒരു ഡിസൈൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കി തന്നു. ആ ഡിസൈൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയപ്പോൾ സാമ്പത്തികം പ്രശ്നമായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾ പലയാളുമായിട്ട് ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ അത് സ്പോൺസർ ചെയ്ത് തരാം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ അത് ഏകദേശം വളരെ, എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു, ഒരു 6 മാസം കൊണ്ട് അത് തുടങ്ങി ഒരു 6 മാസത്തിനുള്ളിൽ തന്നെ അത് പൂർത്തീകരിക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. എനിക്കത് ആ ഭരണ കാലഘട്ടത്തിനകത്ത് ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തു. പക്ഷേ ഇത് കണ്ണൂർ നഗരത്തിനകത്തെ ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മാറ്റത്തിന് ഒരു തുടക്കം കുറിക്കാൻ അന്നത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് അതൊരു ആർക്കിടെക്ചറിൻ്റെ അവരെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ IIA ഒരു സംഭാവന തന്നെയാണ്. അപ്പം അതുപോലെ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ അതിന് ശേഷം, അതിന് ശേഷമാണ് പിന്നീട് 5 വർഷക്കാലം, കഴിഞ്ഞ 5 വർഷക്കാലത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ പലതും ഓർക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കാറില്ല. ആ സമയത്ത് അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഈ കാലം വന്നതിന് ശേഷം ഞാൻ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് വിടുവായി സംസാരിച്ചത് കണ്ണൂർ കക്കാട് പുഴ ഏറ്റവും നല്ല ഏകദേശം 150ഓളം വിവിധ ഇനം പക്ഷികളുടെ ആവാസ കേന്ദ്രമായിരുന്നതാണ്. അതിലുപരിയായി മനോഹരമായ തെളിനീരൊഴുകിയ ഒരു പുഴയാണ്. സംരക്ഷിച്ചാൽ ഏറ്റവും ടൂറിസത്തിന് അട്രാക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന നല്ല ഒരു സ്ഥലമാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഇന്ന് മാലിന്യ നിക്ഷേപ കേന്ദ്രമായി മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനൊരു പരിഹാരം ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. അതിലുപരിയായി അത് സൗന്ദര്യവൽക്കരിക്കണം. അതിൻ്റെ പ്രകൃതിയുടെ നന്മ ഒന്നും തന്നെ നഷ്ടപ്പെടാത്ത വിധത്തിൽ അത് സംരക്ഷിക്കപ്പെടണം. അതിനൊരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് അത് ഞങ്ങൾ എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ ഓഫ് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ക്ഷണിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് അതിനകത്ത് പല ആളുകളും വന്നു. ഞങ്ങൾ അതിനകത്ത് കണ്ണൂർ തന്നെയുള്ള ഒരു ആർക്കിടെക്റ്റിനെ ഞങ്ങൾ അതിനകത്ത് സെലക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പം നമുക്കത് ഒരു മാറ്റം, അതിൻ്റെ തുടക്കം എന്നുള്ള രൂപത്തിൽ ഏകദേശം 90 ലക്ഷം രൂപ ചെലവഴിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അതിനകത്ത് കയ്യേറ്റങ്ങളൊക്കെ തന്നെ തിരിച്ചു പിടിച്ച് കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുവാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ വീണ്ടും അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു 4 കോടിയോളം രൂപ മാറ്റി വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു പ്രവർത്തനത്തിന് ഞങ്ങൾ ആലോചിച്ച് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നത് അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ അതിനുശേഷവും പല ഘട്ടങ്ങളായി സംസാരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. കണ്ണൂർ നഗരത്തിനകത്തെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ജംഗ്ഷനുകളൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് വികസിപ്പിക്കാനുണ്ട്, അതൊക്കെ തന്നെ സൗന്ദര്യവൽക്കരിക്കാനുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ആശയങ്ങൾ സൗജന്യമായിട്ട് തരാം എന്ന് വാഗ്ദാനം ചെയ്തതാണ്. ഏതായാലും അതിൻ്റെ ഡിസ്കഷനൊക്കെ ഇനി തുടർന്ന് അങ്ങോട്ട് നടക്കും. ഞാനിവിടെ ഏതായാലും ഇതിനകത്ത് ഓരോ ആളുകളുടെയും ഓരോരോ കഴിവുകൾ, അത് ഞാൻ ഒരിക്കൽ പയ്യാമ്പലത്തൊരു മാറ്റമുണ്ടാക്കണം എന്നാഗ്രഹിച്ചപ്പോൾ അന്ന് ഗവൺമെൻറ് തന്നെ അന്നത്തെ MLA ആയിരുന്ന ഷാജി മുൻകൈ എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഒരു കോഴിക്കോട് സ്പേസ് ആർട്ട് അവർ വരികയും അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് ഒരു നല്ല ഡിസൈൻ തരും. ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിൽ തോന്നാത്ത വലിയ നല്ല ആശയങ്ങൾ പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ മുന്നിലേക്ക് വയ്ക്കുമ്പോൾ വളരെ എപ്രീസിയേഷൻ കിട്ടുന്നതായ കാര്യങ്ങൾ, അതിനകത്തൊക്കെ വലിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ, വളരെ അത്ഭുതം തോന്നാറുണ്ട്. ഏതായാലും എനിക്ക് സൂചിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ളതൊരു കാര്യം മാത്രമാണ്. ഇത് കണ്ണൂരിലെ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞ് പലരുമായിട്ട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ കണ്ണൂരിൽ ആദ്യമായിട്ടാണ് ഇത്തരം ഒരു ഫംഗ്ഷൻ. കേരളത്തിലെ 600-ഓളം ആർക്കിടെക്റ്റുമാർ ഇവിടെ വരും എന്നും അവരുടെ ആശയങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ വെച്ച് പങ്കുവെക്കുമെന്നും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കേരളത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും നല്ല നവനിർമ്മിതങ്ങളായ ഓരോരോ പുതിയ ആശയങ്ങളിലൂടെ രൂപകൽപ്പന ചെയ്ത പല ഇവിടെ എക്സിബിറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് സെലക്ട് ചെയ്ത 200-ലധികം സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ സന്ദർശിക്കുകയും അതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ തന്നെ രേഖപ്പെടുത്തി വെക്കുകയും അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഷോർട്ട് ലിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത 60-ഓളം നിർമ്മാണങ്ങൾ അതിവിടെ പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയും എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ അറിഞ്ഞത്. ഏതായാലും അതൊക്കെ തന്നെ നിങ്ങളുടെ, കാരണം അത് ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആണ്. ഇവിടെ 600-ഓളം ആളുകൾ സംഘടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അത് വീക്ഷിക്കുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായും ഓരോ ആളുകൾക്കും പുതിയ പുതിയ ആശയങ്ങളിലേക്ക് കടന്നു പോകാനുള്ള വാതായനങ്ങളായിട്ടാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. കാരണം പലർക്കും ഓരോ ആളുകളുടെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഓരോ ആളുടെ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് ഓരോ രൂപത്തിലായിരിക്കും. പക്ഷേ ഇത് അവരുടെ ഇതൊന്ന് അപ്ഡേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും അതുപോലെ പരിഷ്കരിക്കാനും പുതുതായിട്ട് കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ, ആശയങ്ങൾ പങ്കുവെക്കാനും ഒക്കെ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമായിട്ടാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. ഇത് 7 വർഷത്തെ ലാസ്റ്റ് 7 years അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിർമ്മാണങ്ങൾ വരുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത് 15 to 7 വർഷത്തെ നിർമ്മാണങ്ങളാണ് ഇതൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. ഏതായാലും അതൊക്കെ നിങ്ങളുടേതായിട്ട് തീരുമാനിച്ച കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഏതായാലും ഇതിനകത്ത് ഇതൊരു വലിയ നല്ല കാര്യമായിട്ട് തന്നെയാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഈ ഒരു പ്രവർത്തനം ഈ മേഖലയിൽ മാത്രമല്ല കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ നവകേരള സൃഷ്ടിക്ക് ഏറെ ഉതകുന്നതാണ്. അത് നന്നായി ആത്മാർത്ഥതയോടെ, സാമ്പത്തികമായ ലക്ഷ്യം മാത്രമല്ല നമ്മുടെ നാടിനെ, കാരണം കേരളം ഗോഡ്സ് ഓൺ കൺട്രി എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ ആ കേരളത്തിന് ഒരുപാട് പ്രൗഢി ഉണ്ടാകണം, ഭംഗിയുണ്ടാകണം. ആ കേരളത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് കേരളത്തിലെത്തുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക് നല്ല അഭിപ്രായങ്ങൾ രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുവാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ തന്നെ കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടാകണം എന്നത് നമ്മുടെ മാത്രം, പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിന് മാത്രം ആവശ്യമല്ല. അവരത് അത്ഭുതപ്പെടുമ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ പിറകിലുള്ള ശില്പികൾ നിങ്ങളാണ് എന്ന് പറയാൻ തക്ക വിധത്തിലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാവുക തന്നെ വേണം. അതോടൊപ്പം കണ്ണൂരുകാരായ കണ്ണൂരിലെ ആർക്കിടെക്റ്റുമാരോട് കണ്ണൂരിന് പ്രത്യേകമായ ഒരു പരിഗണന, നിങ്ങളുടെ കേന്ദ്രമാണ്, നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തന കേന്ദ്രമാണ്, അതിനെ പരിപാലിക്കേണ്ട ഉത്തരവാദിത്വം നിങ്ങൾക്കുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാവുന്ന സംഭാവനകൾ ആ മേഖലയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ തയ്യാറായി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിനോട് ചേർന്ന് നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് പരസ്പരം ഐക്യത്തോടെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയും എന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് സൂചിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ളത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഈ സമ്മേളനത്തിന് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ അവാർഡ് 2021 എല്ലാവിധ വിജയങ്ങളും പൂർണ്ണമായ അർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ തട്ടി ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കണ്ണൂരിൽ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിരിക്കുന്ന മറ്റു ജില്ലകളിൽ നിന്ന് എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിരിക്കുന്ന മുഴുവൻ ആളുകൾക്കും പ്രത്യേകമായ അഭിവാദ്യങ്ങളും സ്വാഗതവും ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ഉപസംഹരിക്കുന്നു, നിർത്തുന്നു. ജയ് ഭാരത്.
Dear sir, it was an immense pleasure for us. You joined our event and bestowed your blessings on us by being the chief guest. Your precious time was of great importance to us. Your involvement and interest towards IIA is a great support for us. Thank you, sir. I invite IIA Kerala Chapter Advisor, Architect A.R. Jayakrishnan, to initiate the shortlisted book, first copy released to our Mayor, Advocate T.O. Mohanan. And I also invite our book editor, Architect Maya Mohan, to join them. Thank you all. I invite Kerala Chapter Chairman, Architect L. Gogamar sir, to present the memento to our Honorable Mayor, Advocate T.O. Mohanan. Thanks, though, is a six-lettered word. It is a telltale of a head that bows only in front of those who are worthy of its deference. And to express our gratitude, I call Architect Lijo TV, Kannur Center Secretary.
Good morning to all. I express my gratitude for giving me an opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks to such a honorable audience. I take this opportunity to express my sincerest thanks to our worshipful Mayor T.O. Mohan sir for gracing this occasion as the chief guest. His presence today in this function has immensely enhanced its importance. I also express the warm thanks to all the esteemed guests, Kerala Chapter Chairman, Architect L. Gopakumar, and Sujit, Chairman of Kannur Center, and our award convener, Architect Sajo Joseph. Thanks to all fellow architects who worked day and night to make this occasion graceful. On behalf of IIA Kannur Center, I would like to thank all our valuable guests for thanks. Thank you, sir.
As we have come to the concluding session of the inaugural function, I request all the participants to be ready for the presentation. First participants are requested to report at their respective halls. Once again, a heartfelt thanks to each and everyone present here and all the very best for the participants. Thank you.
Welcome to the IIA Kerala State Awards. We will be starting of the jury here. Shortlisted delegates, please note that you will be getting 7 minutes to complete the presentation, including the videos. You are requested to restrict your presentation to this limit. Then 5 minutes for the defense. We will start off this session 1 with hospitality project. I invite Hamid MM and Hafif PK to present their work Kadalas Cafe under the category of hospitality project.
Good morning all. Fishing from the many such experimental food joints that have come up as a part of recent trend, relatively recent in this part of the world, the client wanted a unique space for experience dining. This was to be done using the 3 available levels in an existing building, whose form was not doing much help. The cafe is set in not so old building, literally a storehouse nearby an old street with an enormous history, the Gujarati street in Kozhikode. It had very little to do with the past or the present of its context, even being one of the few structures that lie within the permissible areas abutting the beach, the primary influence factor later in the design process. Design involved reforming this building with no changes in the existing area or structural elements, but in volume by altering the roof heights. The facade is enveloped in corrugated cement sheets, and the rest of the exterior reflects similar hues with exposed cement and glass finishes. The limited detail and ornamentation in the exterior as well as in the interior have been a conscious decision so that the sea with its changing colors remains the major focus of the design. Though a standalone at first look, a closer observation reveals that the cafe, in its attempt to deliver dining as a full experience, has its platter of design derived from the context itself. Borrowed from the sea, shades of blue and yellow, along with plain cement finishes, colors the flooring. Finishes and accessories reminisce a bygone era, reconnecting the building with the past, most of them being antique or obtained from the old buildings nearby. The choice of furniture is mostly traditional, designed with a minimalistic approach to get along with the concept of experience dining. Also, they accentuate on simple lanes in order to not to obstruct the outside view. Of the 3 levels, the base level features a curved jolly which orients the circulation and view towards the beach sands. The middle level offers an elevated scenic view of the beach waters filtered through the foliage of a tree. There is a fluid bollard that symbolizes the waves of the sea. The 3rd level houses a lawn space with a barrier-free view to the horizon. The unfettered openness of space in all the 3 levels towards the sea indeed brings in lot of stories along with the waves in the minds of the visitor. One cannot help but entangle themselves in the mesmerizing continuity of the waves. The client also envisaged the cafe as a reading cum gathering space for book lovers, offering a wide collection of books from various genres, going by their brand title, Kadalas Tasty Tale by the Sea. Video.
Thanks, Hafif. I think we were, at least I was very impressed. And it's kind of like what you mentioned in your presentation about how, there's this view to the ocean being the center of everything. So I noticed you kept that direction of the design open while being very reticent on the widths of various things on the side, the partitions and even the corrugated sheet and stuff. So I have two questions. Was there any thinking? I realized that 2 levels were air conditioned, but the ground floor had a ability to open up to the beach on the ground level, both in the community hall and in the cafe part. But the first floor was divided completely into a absolutely air conditioned space and an open balcony. When we went to the top floor, we realized actually the top floor was the coolest because there was a sea breeze that carried through, where in the bottom 2 floors it was blocked either by the service or. So was there a thinking about how to let the sea breeze also through in other levels, where you then decided not to do that or change it or divide it up?
Yeah, being a renovation project, we got a kind of warehouse which was not that good condition, as I mentioned in the presentation. So the quality of construction, they used the regular steel, not that in resistance with the sea condition or the salt content of the water. So you might be noticed while you visit, like it is very resting where we did that detail. So it is very risky to open up with that structure because the maintenance thing will be very high. So we wanted to open up. That is why we tried opening above and at least the bit area, because the client wanted to close it entirely because they didn't wanted to spend more on that maintenance part. So that was the main reason. Because if you open up for a couple of days, we'll see the rest start coming in the structure. So the major structural elements were like this kind of steel. So we didn't wanted to take that risk.
Thanks, Hafif. It was wonderful to go. We had a very nice break with a mojito and lime juice. And, the thing that strikes me about the project is that, of course, the use of the corrugated sheet, the way that the furniture has been made, and many of those aspects of it seem like it's been slapped together with found, though they may not be found elements. There is that stylistic ambition that it is put together through bits and pieces that maybe have been salvaged from elsewhere. And in the context of that, so the windows, for instance, are also old, recycled, etc. So in the context of that jali wall, which is machine made, new, and the facade of the building where you've got that green, all of that seems a bit out of place, because now in the context of this kind of put together, salvaged, slapped together interior, there are these very, very new looking, fresh, not industrial, but factory made, so that, and that, so that the front facade is a bit incongruous in my mind, from the corrugated sheet to that arched window with the metal. And inside the jali wall also for me felt a little bit incongruous with the way that the rest of the space felt.
To answer that, I'll have to tell a little in detail about the context. That jali was exactly from that locality. So it is the major design element what we see inside that Gujarati street in other buildings. So we had a major argument with the client. They didn't wanted to put it the same design there. So they wanted to go for that Bangalore tile kind of newly designed jali. So they said this is the same jali we see in every house in the nearby context. So we said that is the same reason we wanted to use that here, because we wanted to connect it. And that kind of turquoise blue and this glass, all those details are coming from the same setting only. It was there, a couple of buildings were there on the opposite street, keeping the same detail in terms of that antique glass and the turquoise blue detail and all, but those got demolished. That is why we were able to procure a couple of these windows and other details from the site itself.
One final question. Can you tell us about, the thing is, if it's a cafe, and especially on the main marina of the city, it seems to be very reserved and reticent in terms of the facade to the road, because there's only the intrusion of that curved angle canopy structure. So is that a conscious thing? Was that in discussion with the client? Because I would imagine someone running a cafe would want high visibility on that road. But honestly, if you miss that entrance canopy, you probably miss the entire cafe. You know, you may get lost, especially if there are other now I believe it's started other people thinking about that side of the road also to exploit commercially. So what was your thinking on the front facade, the thing that captured?
Yeah, we had a detailed discussion with the client when we got the requirement, because from the branding team, they always requested us to open up to the street, because they wanted to show the whoever at the street, whoever dines in. But if you notice, that is only one of the only few buildings which is available there at that point, because the other component, other concept we can do for any other cafe in any other street, because that will be opening to a street. Because here we wanted to work with the sea, which I won't be able to get a chance maybe in any other area, because with all the CRS thing and new regulations, I won't be able to get such a project in near future. So we wanted to, that is the USP of that cafe, so we wanted to use that. And we convinced the client to not to open up in the front. And other thinking was to create a curiosity. Because that was not that active area when we started the project. Then later it became, because other people came in, and now it's a kind of food street. Because we wanted to create that kind of imagery, people talk about it, discuss about it, and want to check out what exactly inside. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hafif PK. Next presenter, I invite architect Roy Anthony to present their work E05 Hotel under the category of Hospitality Project.
Good morning to everyone. With great pleasure, I take up this opportunity to present our project E05 A4 Hotel. The project is located in Alua, not far from the bank of Periyar River. The site is in a suburban setting, flanked by cafes, utility stores, and residential buildings. When the client approached us, they wanted nothing more than a bar hotel for the type we see everywhere in Kerala. But we immediately designed the potential of this site with its location in the vibrant town of Alua and its proximity to the Cochin International Airport. In our discussions and negotiations with the client, we made them aware of this potential. As a result, the program was transformed into that of an urban hotel of 4-star rating. The construction of the project E05 began in 2017. The initial proposal, the idea was to relegate all the parking to the basement, thus freeing up the ground plane and have a grand reception, lobby, restaurant, and everything in the ground floor. But post to the devastating flood in 2018, we learned that the site was prone to flooding and the entire program had to be reworked. The challenge now was to work within the tight space and restrictions imposed by the flood situation, without compromising the requirements that pertain to the 4-star hotel. The various design strategies adopted in the project reflects a creative response to this challenge. The ground floor now consists of the entrance lobby, reception, and service areas. And the entrance to the bar is segregated from the entrance to the hotel. The new proposal, we totally avoided parking space in the basement and raised the plinth to 1.2 meter from the ground level. We also efficiently direct the stormwater drain within the site layout. The facade was covered with terracotta jali. The more prevalent for a vernacular setting renders a casual and tropical response to the business hotel. The use of clay tiles efficiently helps in lowering the heat gain for the facade. The interior layout shows a creative working out of the various spatial components of the hotel that allows a smooth functioning. The reception uses reflective ceiling panels after entering through a double height lobby space to enhance the volume of that space. So we have only just a single height volume. Customized furniture pieces and paintings to fill the volume. Use of customized chandeliers and lighting to give a warm ambience to the space. The interiors of the private rooms use a simple palette of cement finish and white plastered walls along with hardwood furniture pieces carefully designed to complement the volumes and lighting within the spaces. The roof garden, rather than just portraying an enchanting atmosphere and views to the cityscape, functions as a means for reducing heat gain, a space for gathering, a prospective rooftop restaurant and bar, and other possibilities in the future. Overall, for us, it was a means of negotiation throughout the design, stretching the client's brief of having a 4-star hotel, warranted for a bar license, to the possibility of a business hotel. Meanwhile, we considered the flooding situation to change the design, then rework the program within a tight plot and budget and address the suburban context. The essence of this building for us as architects lies in such negotiations where we appropriate our process towards the making of the project and the place. Thank you.
Terracotta Jali was a decision taken from beginning while you were sketching, or and how, I mean, and what was the reaction of client to?
Actually, the initial thought of having the facade with some cladding with some copper copper metal. Then, because of the expense of the project facade, cost expense, we decided to change it to the copper, this jali.
It's looking nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoyed.
It's an afterthought of the expenses which may incur.
So congratulations
Thank
on the
you.
building. I can't imagine, how disruptive it would have been to have had to reprogram based on basically effectively losing a complete basement, especially in a city hotel basement for services and so on and so forth. I had a question regarding, what we noticed was, at least what I noticed was that the public spaces, especially the reception, corridors, rooms, these were all very sumptuously detailed and very well designed furniture, and this is clearly for your practice, furniture is a very important arm of space occupancy. But there were some parts that I wondered whether the shift of the program had disrupted the flow of certain spaces. For example, the cafe, the bar I think has now shifted to the first floor and it has an external access. They're also considering how it will get access. I think when we went, they were trying to figure out how to access it from the mezzanine landing also. Did these sort of disruptions, was that something that you felt was satisfactorily renegotiated post the change? Or do you feel that there were some places where that disruption has caused some glitches that, perhaps?
Yeah, this restaurant and cafe and even the bar done by some other interior designers.
I'm talking more about the programmatic flow between the entrance reception and that mezzanine level. Because clearly if you were occupying the ground floor, you would have had access from the sides also if you had,
to the bar or something.
In your original plan.
Yeah.
So did you find that now that the access has been controlled by the lift or something, was there any?
Yes, surely. The thing is, normally in Kerala context now that income generates from the local bar which they hold, and that has to be segregated from the main lobby or entrance area. And these people were very particular about having a separate entrance to the bars. And in case they have some, business people staying there, they can use the bar. And to an extent, I don't feel to extend my service to the interior design of these parts also, because it's on a restricted budget. We are also working, and we made these proposals in 2-3 times, like for the flood. After the flood, we changed the program, and this caused the situation bit tough for us also.
Thank you.
I have a small comment to make. So it's been very nice, Roy, to see all your projects in the flesh. We've been sort of seeing them in the magazines, and there is a real precision to the way that you work. I'm curious about the first floor of rooms, and on the eastern side you have a big terrace, which is it's got a very tall. There's a frame, etc. How do you imagine that space, and why did you provide that kind of because the building has a certain width, and the rooms are already so there's a big terrace only on one level, and then all the other rooms are looking down into that space. How did you imagine that? Because right now it looks like it is incomplete. They've not done any planting.
Actually, just for that level only, that level rooms only, one side only we are getting a terrace, and that to be landscaped. That's what my proposal was. But right now, as the business is not picking up, they are a bit reluctant to do that. And for the rooms with the double loaded corridor, I don't record that much space. And why I framed that side was just to, otherwise I feel like the building is not completed. Like with the frame, I can, shape the thing. And in this, for the furniture part also, actually I give some care in designing furniture also, and get it done through some local vendors. That I'm really glad to see that done.
Thank you, Architect Roy Anthony. We are done with the hospitality project. Our next category, interior design project, residential. I invite Architect Poonan Naufal for the project Residence in Montana under the category Interior Design Projects, Residential.
Hi, good morning to one and all. So I'm Nikhil. I'll be presenting on behalf of Architect Poonam. So I'll be presenting the project Residence in Montana Estates. Okay, so Montana Hills or the Montana Estates. So it's actually located in a place called Kutikatu, which is like 15 kilometers away from Calicut city. So just like the name suggests, Montana Hills, it's a beautiful hill, and what you see all around when you are in the site is beautiful lush green vegetation, beautiful hills on all the sides. But unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of vegetation in our site, in the immediate context. So we basically had to do a lot of planting so that it kind of merges with the existing context there. That is the whole idea. So these are some of the images of the residence. The client basically bought a old house and dismantled it, and almost 90% of the wood that we have used in our project have been taken from this particular house. So we have actually salvaged it and reused and upcycled it in different ways. Cost was a concern, so everything has to be done in a very cost-effective manner. So this is the ground floor, and we have basically the sit-out, the foyer, and the family living room in this floor. The sit-out kind of hides in between the lush green vegetation. So when you enter into the foyer, we can see a lot of sculptures and artworks and everything, hung throughout the residence. The client is a keen collector of artworks, so we've actually displayed it throughout the building. And there's a very delicate staircase which actually goes all the way to the top. It kind of doubles up as a lantern also at nights. These are few images of the ground floor, the family room. And as you can see here, we have actually used the rafters here, which kind of, for the ledges of the racks, how we can see how the old wood have been salvaged and used in different ways. This is the first floor. First floor has the main areas of the residence. The house has been designed in such a way that, there's plenty of light coming in. There's a lot of cross ventilation happening. And it has been designed with respect to the contours. All the services and everything have been stacked on the ground floors, and the main areas come on the higher levels. We have used a very rustic pattern, a very minimalistic pattern, material palette here. And we have actually brought in dashes of colors with the help of sculptures and artworks and fabrics and all, so that kind of pops out. Every landscape area kind of acts like an extension of the interior spaces. We can see how we have used the old wood for the ceiling over here. And this is the staircase I was talking about. It kind of acts like a separation, like a barrier between the dining area and the living area. We basically wanted some privacy, at the same time some transparency also had to be achieved. So that's why we've actually given something like this. This is the double height dining area. Interestingly, there's no concrete below this tandoor floor. So if you've been to the site, you can actually see the client has removed 3 or 4 tandoor stones and have actually grown a bamboo tree on one of the corners. Again, the backdrop for the bar counter, we've used rafters here. These are all customized, the wash counter. Again, the shutters of the kitchen, we have used old wood that was salvaged from the site. This is how we have used the old salvaged wood in different ways. This is the most interesting space in the residence. This is where the client spends most of his time on. We've used a very minimalistic, a very rustic palette for the entire residence, so that it kind of merges with the existing context. And on the first floor, we basically have like 3 bedrooms and a bridge which connects these 2 spaces. The paneling work here has been done with the help of old windows. We have built-in cords and built-in seat in the master bedrooms, and basically all the bedrooms in the first floor. You can see how we have used the wood here for the walk-in closet. The toilet is a very transparent space which kind of opens view towards the distant hills. We have given tiltable mirrors over there so that kind of, for unhindered views basically. This is old saris of the client's wife were used for the backdrop of, headboard for the bed. These are different ways how we've used the old wood. These are all customized. Concrete pedestal were used for the dining table. These are all customized. These are drawings of the center staircase. The lights are all customized. This is a small video which explains the whole thing. So we basically use a lot of old sofas and reupholstered it. Almost every single sofa or the furniture here is different because it's like a collection and put together. So this is the partition between the living room and the dining room. We basically wanted a very seamless transition from the exteriors to the interior. So this is the bamboo I was talking about, how it's. The staircase also acts as a lantern at night and also like an installation piece. That is an old window which we got from the other house.
Yeah, it was quite amazing to visit the house. It's a great collection of the client's own art collection, but also these odd bits of furniture, but all composed in a really beautiful way. I really don't have much of a comment or sort of question for you. It was just a very nice project to visit.
Thank you so much.
I have a question. Actually, I was hoping maybe in the presentation I would have learnt a little bit more. Like Bijoy says, quite a sensorial, how do I say, you leave feeling very sensorially satisfied, when you visit this house. And I like the idea that a home is a collection of life.
Yeah.
And various components of life and various things and memories, and you can see that there are photographs and art. And I would have really enjoyed if in the presentation it would have been possible to discuss how you worked with this idea of collection. Maybe you can shed some light that there's a house that gets taken apart, so someone else's memory taken apart, reconstituted in various ways, like you've used it from panels to furniture, part panels, Then there are interweaving, so it's like a weaving. So was there any process by which you said, okay, this sort of art, these sort of colors in this room, at this level, for this light, that sort of, from an interior design perspective?
Yeah, so basically it was initially decided that once we got the site, it has to be something that's one with the nature. So we basically didn't want a building that kind of stands out. It has to actually merge with the surroundings there. So whatever materials that we have used, it's all natural materials, like for the flooring and even for the walls, if you see, it's basically white cement plaster mixed with some marble powder, and it's actually done by unskilled laborers. So we deliberately wanted a lot of undulations and differences on the walls and everything. So so it was decided that I mean yeah. So I mean, since the material palette was very subtle, we also wanted something very rustic, and rusticity and the minimal material palette is what actually defines the luxury for this particular house. And also, like I said earlier, cost was actually a concern. So we didn't want to buy a lot of new wood and bring in a refined touch. So that's why we actually heard that someone's actually selling an old house. So the client actually bought the house, and it was actually, I mean, we actually saw that there was a lot of food available in the house. It was, and we kind of used 90% of the entire wood that was that we salvaged from the site. Only the shutters of the frames of the doors were actually not used. Every single thing has been used in different ways.
I think Madhuv's question is really about the composition of all these elements. Yeah. So you've got the old wood, you've got all the art, you've got all of these.
Yeah.
Because each art piece
Huh.
was like its own. I mean, you could just get lost in.
Yeah, it's basically a memory.
Designer.
Mm-hmm.
How do you take so much, because it's a universe that you're putting together.
Yeah.
And then how do you then say, okay, I'm going to try and put these together here, those together there. What's that process like? You can share that. That is what all of us as architects are interested
Okay, so so basically, the client has been collecting artwork since a lot. I mean, since so long. So there was a lot of artworks that was in place, and that is the only thing which kind of pops out, because the material palette is very subtle. So we basically wanted something to pop out, stand out. Okay, I don't know how to explain this. I mean.
That's the magic that you're on circle, because it's a beautiful house. It's very well put together. But, that is what one is curious, like how does the designer imagine when it's all lying in bits and pieces around them? How do you, that's what we want to know. So anyway, I think you won't have much time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikhil. Our next presenter, I invite architect Rakesh K for the project Sajeevan Priya Residence under the category Interior Design Projects Residential.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to present Sajeevan Priya Residence. The brief given for the Sajeevan and Priya Residence was around 4,000 square feet, 4-bedroom project at Kannur. The challenge posed was to demolish an existing Egashala building and create lively abode. Defining the home. The agenda was to sustain the feeling of nostalgia while gradually transitioning to a more contemporary setting. We tried to achieve this by bringing back the feel of the old Egashala house through a play of light and shadow combined with the customized color palette. The well-lit foyer gradually transitioned to dimly lit space and certain darker volume to reconnect the memories of the past structure. I designed living room in a manner which established connectivity from all points of living zone. The section represents the multiple level interaction achieved in this phase. The entrance was designed as an element of surprise. Color story. The palette was formulated keeping in mind the earthy tones of the traditional architecture and the vibrancy of contemporary design. Hence, it brings attention to the memories of the old home and invokes a sense of familiarity while also being characterized by a bright colors to uplift the mood of the environment. Metals and materials. The mood board was set to naturally introduce contemporary colors and handmade textures and materials to semi-traditional setting. The attention to detail resonates with the furniture and fabrics, as each element was specifically designed to cater to the contemporary elements mentioned in the slide: soft curve, sleek geometry, handmade materials, pattern play, bringing nature and life. The straight line used in the architecture are softened by the curve of the furniture, lighting, and other details in and around the house. The beauty of the double height volume is that it established vertical connectivity and set the ambience. This softens in the softness in detail make the home humane space. Sleek geometry have been used in the handrails and elements of the furniture and in other details to lighten the appearance of house. Furnishing and decor used are majorly hand printed, dyed, painted, or stitched. The carpet becomes the kalamkari carpet becomes the center of attention while bringing charisma to the space. The opening above paired with grills allow constant flow of air and in and out of the home, thereby releasing hot air and keeping the living room comfortable at all times. I believe this space is the heart of the home. the varied textures of jute, rugs, and cotton, along with hand printed motifs and subtle florals, create a play of pattern, blurring the distinction between the outdoor foliage and indoors. Live elements are essential for a relaxing interior. Potted plants have been used to bring life and serenity to the space. The earthy tones of the room blends with the lush greenery as dictated by the prefixed color palette. The entrance is the emphasis. As I mentioned earlier in the beginning, this is the element of surprise we designed to set the first impression of the home. The backyard lies in the direct line of the site, hence the personality of the home is felt just as one sets foot in the entrance. The wooden seating is provided at the entry as it serves as an effective gathering space for the neighbors. The hand-noted rug from Jaipur is framed on the wall. The neutral tone of the interior is set by the wood finishing. The kitchen is well lit and connected to the dining and the heart of the home. The first floor corridor and main wash area colors are casually repeated as per the palette. Open shelving in the kitchen displays decor collected over time. The beige color of the kitchen countertop, the white shelving, and the Kota stone flooring tries to achieve color balance, complemented by the natural lighting. Master bedroom and balcony in first floor. The dining area looks out into the guest living space, and is defined by the kitchen on the left and family living on the right. This project was a personal journey taken to unearth the actual potential of the spaces. These results are what I developed from a set of beliefs that I strongly hold into. Thank you for allowing me to share the part taken by my thought process.
Thanks for that presentation. What really struck me about the house was that front foyer, you know, that place which was kind of neither inside nor outside. It's got a roof, it's very well ventilated, it was very comfortable to be there.
Thank you.
My question for you was, you know, there is a certain familiarity with this kind of an interior, the material palette, you know, the Kota, the timber, you know, some of the terracotta, the green landscape. This palette is very familiar, and we saw a fair number of projects with this kind of, you know, material palette. I'm wondering what, in a residential interior, the client has a lot of involvement. They're bringing to the table their own aspirations, their ideas, their ambitions. What in this project reflects their taste, their way of living? Like we saw in the earlier project, you know, how much of this building reflects who they are as clients?
Actually, in this project, as normal, the client was not involved very much about detail. They don't know actually. They don't know what they need. So my idea was to the memory from their old house. I visited their old. It was in poor condition when I visiting an initial stage. They planned to demolish it because of the condition of the house. And I tried to make some remains of the, the mood of the house. I don't try to mimic the house, mimic the old house, but I tried to create some mood of the house in this new. And they don't interfere in very much in detailed things. Or I believe the house has to grow with them. So. The house which Priya Sajeevan Residences just finished during the Corona period. So there are a lot of furniture which we designed in the bedrooms, and they couldn't finish it properly. So it will grow with them. I left it like that. That's my idea actually.
No, firstly, congratulations, because I feel that, you know, this is, in a sense, for me, being on the jury, especially for the interior design residential segment, made me think about how homes are actually holders of memory. And because many of the homes we visited were usually either demolitions that had then resulted in a new home, or they were trying to deal with something very unlivable, like rugged, like rock or laterite or barren sites, on which then you plant a new set of memories. So I appreciate the idea that you can tone down palettes and you can allow layers to appear. But it's a little bit of a tough game, because in a residence, if the client, like you just mentioned, that, you know, they don't know enough, you know, that's a strange game we have to play, wherein you know, their ideas of what may or may not, what they want, may or may not align with our aesthetic that we have in mind. I perfectly appreciate how you're trying to almost extract an aroma of the past and just let it be like an incense in this house, you know, floating, not too obvious, but there are touches, and I saw that. But in that, then the biggest service that you can do is precision, you know, because then that is something that, you know, if you, because that's an architect's role. Very often a designer's role is to ensure lines align, you know, like how you focused on the axis. And so there are just two comments I had. I felt that somehow the light fixtures, there were some places where these things slightly dropped, you know, the light fixtures somewhere, you know, the vocabulary of light fixtures changed a little abruptly. They suddenly become conical somewhere and then go back to being orbs. So was there a thinking on light fixtures,
So
maybe a discussion with the client?
We selected we show them lot of options. The main thing was during the corona periods, the cost. So minimum cost effective lighting, they don't, that time we also don't bother about design things and everything. We just bought.
It was the most apparent to me. The other thing was, it seems like a silly thing, but this is an interior design project, is the curtains and the curtain rod details. Those were also changing at various places, right?
All the existing curtains, they have some more curtain rods are there, and I have in my office.
Okay.
Because my wife is a home stylist.
Okay.
So she has some stuff. So that's the thing. Actually, real thing is that.
No, but it was a wonderful home, and clearly their occupants, family is very, very happy. And you know, both that entrance courtyard and even that tinne, that front gathering space, because that's where we took off our shoes and went in. They're extremely kind of happy places. Make you feel happy when you're there. So
thank you.
Thank you, Architect Rakesh K. A small announcement. Everyone, please keep your phone in silent mode. Our next presenter, I invite Architect Srijit Srinivas for the project Brick House under the category Interior Design Project Residential.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So let me welcome you to the Brick House. This is a project completed around 3 years ago. So in the initial stages of discussion, the client brief was just they want a very vivid house. When I talked to them, I observed that they liked shades of red, then they like green, and the client is a trained dancer also. Both are doctors, and she's a trained dancer. So what I thought was, I told them, I took this as an opportunity also. I told them an exposed brick house would suit their requirements. It will be vivid, it will be bright, and that's how we came to this exposed brick house. So coming to the floor plans, actually I believe that a great floor plan brings a very good interior also. And see, here we have the consultation and the bedroom block. This is a brick path connecting the residential block, car porch. This is a water body here. And you can see how these spaces flow into one another. And you have courtyard for the bedroom and green areas, even for the toilets. And the upper floor, you have a tennis practice area, a living room, 2 bedrooms. And this is the brick path connecting both the blocks. And it also doubles up as a performance stage also. They can, for small gatherings, they use this as a performance stage. And they're like happy using this space. And this is how we bring nature into the home. And this has a different mood at different times of the day. And coming to the living room, all furniture, we designed all furniture here. And you can see this, they had a lot of trophies, and we had to give them a very large display shelf. And so we did a display shelf that goes very well with the polished concrete floor, the ceiling, the brick. So this was actually designed in a very simple way. And we did minimum elements for this interior. And when you enter the house, you can see the brick house. It's a story of open and interconnected spaces. And also there is a dynamic play of light and volume when you enter the house. And one important thing is that the house is actually a celebration of the imperfection of the material. And there is this asymmetry used everywhere. And I believe this adds to the sensory dynamism of the house. Again, all this furniture, you can see the furniture detail and all small details. All this adds to the visual charm of the house, I believe. All this furniture we designed and we made this in site itself. These are some of the just interior details we gave for the staircase, the TV shelf, just to show a few samples. And coming to this, the brick house naturally evokes a feeling of nostalgia. The timber staircase, then its juxtaposition to the traditional swing in the courtyard, it uses the visual language of lightness and motion to tie together the larger layout of the contingent spaces. And thus, I believe, there is this sense of spatial continuum. And we designed this swing also because we understood that we couldn't source furniture that's used the house from anywhere. And another element thing is that there are surprise views. This surprise view is like when you go, we designed for them. We used their photo, we did it, and we made for them. Again, another photo of the dining room, and this is in lighting, and the courtyard you can see. And again, they always like contrast and color. And so for the kitchen, we did a contrast floor in terracotta tile. And you can see the artwork and other interesting features. This is one thing I want to tell you, the louvers. They sometimes even open this and sleep at night. And this artwork also we made for them, designed and made for them. And this louvers lets in very cool light, and it's lets in cool air also. And the light is also very interesting because of this louvers. Again, light we used as a very important factor in interior design in this house. Again, you can see those details of dance and how we created this biggie drawing for this piece here. These are some other details like like you can see in the stair landing, that photo of the owner. We took that photo, we superimposed on another background that suits the house. So we did very minimal things for the house, and with, like as I said, with the material and with the plan and the design of the house, we tried to create a very good, charming effect. And this is a garden gate you see at the bottom, and these are some other interesting details, gate, etc. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
The way house is placed horizontal,
Yes,
and
sir.
from clinic, then opens dance space and water pond, and then going inside up to Jula,
Yeah.
traditional swing,
Yeah.
and vertically getting double height there is very interesting. And
Thank
even I noticed in dining you have 3 chairs on one side and
Yeah.
bench on other side.
Yeah.
So I found it very curious and
Thank-
interesting detail.
Thanks, sir. You know, the plot was very long, and it was a challenge to design such a narrow plot.
Yeah.
And I remember at the time of housewarming, the parents were telling, why did he build the house so much into the interior? You would know that it's very difficult to get there. But then he needed around 18 cents of land, and he needed some place to play for garden. So they want to live in a house. That's why they took such pains to go into the interior and buy.
Yeah, even the master bedroom courtyard and the
Yeah.
back of bed,
Yeah.
very interestingly done.
Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you.
Thanks, Srijit, for your presentation. It was good for us to visit the site. I agree with Girish. I think you were lucky to get a long site. A long plan is
Yeah.
always an interesting thing to work on.
Yeah.
What I was a bit concerned about is the sort of monochrome quality of the interior. So, for instance, the timber, there's some sort of brass or copper, there's terracotta tile on the floor, and all of the walls are predominantly in exposed brick. So everything has this kind of brown tone.
Yeah.
And in fact, contrary to what you said when you began your presentation, the house doesn't feel bright. It actually feels quite dark inside.
Yeah.
I was just wondering whether that was, that you're very fond of, maybe you like the browns,
Yeah.
and so everything then is of that color. I just found it a bit
Yeah,
too, like there wasn't an exception that then gave you a sense of what, the brick was. Yeah.
I understood. Okay, when we created this house, we wanted to have a single palette, follow a single theme, and not to bring in too many elements to confuse the interior. So the brick, when there is good natural light, and especially in the afternoons, and when it's not rainy, actually it's very bright, and it's very bright. But then another problem was recently, the cement finish walls, which were really bright, they painted a dull gray color. They did this later. So because some people were asking them, oh, you didn't finish the house. So it's a very tough situation in our state. So they, just to show other people, they just painted it dark gray, and that has affected the house, the ceiling and the walls, And so I thought it was dark due to that also.
I was just wondering, the bricks on the walls are tiles, right?
No. It's actually
all
exposed.
are exposed.
Exposed brick.
And the
correct.
ones in the floor are also. Those are tiles.
No, the one on the floor in the kitchen is actually terracotta tiles, and other places are polished concrete.
But the brick bridge between.
That is also real
those
tile
are full
flooring. Yeah.
Oh, that's tile flooring.
No, not tile flooring. Actual exposed brick flooring.
So you embedded the brick.
Yeah, we
full
did the
bricks.
brick, full brick.
Okay.
Correct. Everywhere is natural material. No, we didn't use any cladding tile anywhere. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Architect Srijit Srinivas. Now is a small tea break. Everyone can use the terrace floor dinner area for the tea and snacks. all the worlds a stage under the category Landscape A. Landscape A is less than 1 acre category.
Good morning. So All the World's a Stage was my first project, and I began by reflecting on how landscapes were being designed around me, especially residential landscapes in urban contexts. Most often the potential were in the residual areas after building. And landscapes, I realized, were being seen as images, often these aesthetic composition of plants, or even images to photograph architecture where landscape became the backdrop or the setting or the foreground for these photos. Landscape as an ornament to architecture. But if you dig into the memories of a Malayali, especially the previous generation, their associations and memories are very closely linked with the landscapes they lived in. Especially even these mundane daily activities of going to school, walking to school, bathing in the pond were all related to the landscapes that existed around them. Similarly, the clients and the grandparents showed this deep connection to the site, and they definitely deserved something beyond an ornament. Which brought me to the question, can a landscape attached to one's most personal space have more meaning associated with it along with its beauty? This brought me to attaching meanings to the landscape. I came up with 3 core ideas around which the landscape was designed: celebrating the mundane, homage to existing, cues for conversation. These overlap across the landscape in each space, and I've color-coded them across the presentation. The flowering of plants created the puddle of water from yesterday's rain, looking out of one's window or walking through a side yard. These are all mundane daily activities which usually go unnoticed. But a little orchestration could actually start celebrating these mundane activities. Paying homage to the existing trees and topography. The landscape also gives cues or directly engages in conversations between the built and unbuilt, humans and nature, humans and pets, and so on. This brought me to All the World's a Stage. The site is peppered with a lot of existing trees, and the architecture is positioned not disturbing them, also leaving the backyard untouched, already lush green backyard, for future expansion. The architecture is surrounded by 3 grand old mango trees, and this was the canvas that I was left with for designing. The project is perceived similar to a drama. The landscape is divided into larger zones which are presented as acts, and each act is composed of smaller spaces which are marked by events, and these are presented as scenes. The prologue is, happens before you enter the landscape, before the drama plays out. And it borrows from the materiality of the rustic and pristine white materiality of the architecture and the screened materiality. The first gesture sparks a conversation with the built. Act 1. It's a lens through which the architecture is first perceived. It sets the scene for the drama which unfolds further. The stage is set through a bare lawn rather than an elaborate landscape. It introduces the characters of the drama, which are the rustic and pristine architecture, the untouched green beyond, and the grand mango trees. Act 2 is the more public part of the landscape, where movements and activities play out like a choreography. Daily mundane movements appear to be choreographed as they play out along this driveway. The driveway is choreographed to swerve and make way for the trees that existed along its stretch.
acknowledging and staging each with a dais of softscape. For instance, the grand mango tree stands tall and it interrupts the driveway with a dais of pileia and the dramatic climbing vines. So in Act 2, a slice of the grand brick Jolly wall is carved out to become the boundary wall opposite it. The presence is mirrored as an absence. They are engaged in a dialogue with each other. The void in the brick Jolly wall creates allows the car porch to unfold into a larger patio which stages these conversations. The Buddhas sit facing each other. This was the Buddha commissioned by the client, whereas this was the void Buddha whose presence is defined by absence. It was designed by me. Just like the dichotomous architecture, the image and imagelessness of the Buddha and the void Buddha cannot be perceived devoid of each other. Just like the brick slice wall, there are slices of seeds, tulsitara, and many more activities that the client themselves have begun to perceive. Even the movements of the pet are staged against the wall. The existing Kanikonda tree or the golden shar tree, which is closely associated with the festival of Vishu, is staged with a backdrop, and the blossom as well as the fall of the flowers are staged by a dais. Act 3 are the more personal spaces. It begins with an ode to the grand old mango tree, where a space for it is carved out. The bozo used to be tied to this tree earlier, but now he moves along his very own side yard. The setback portal is a narrow side yard which is lent by the mandated setback of architecture. The tunnel-like portal itself becomes a lush garden. This brings us to the final scene, the soliloquy. The water body stands in isolation away from others, engaged in self-reflection, just like its visitors who seek it out. It's accompanied by the Parijat tree whose blossoms are also staged, and a Ganpati sculpture who has in personal dialogue with the grandmother alone, who can see it only from her window. So I'd just like to wrap up by saying that there were spaces left for the client to explore and create her own landscapes, meanings, as well as images. She has taken ownership of the space, and every time I visit, actually, it's a surprise to me as well. There are spaces, there are things that she discusses with me sometimes, but sometimes it's a surprise for me as well. Certain interventions and addition of plants that she herself does. Thank you.
Thanks, Arthi, for the presentation. What I found really wonderful about the project is the sort of incidental nature of the landscape, in that it felt like you weren't really precious about it, that it seemed in a way untended for, in a nice sort of way, that it seemed like a natural landscape, not really a choreographed and a kind of landscape that we find a lot in the way that you described it, as observational or as setting the scene for architecture. So it seemed incidental, which is wonderful and nonchalant, and all the nice things. What we found a bit curious about, or what I found a bit curious about the landscape, is its connection to the architecture itself. So we actually went into the building to see how these connections were made, and there I had a little trouble trying to get a sense of what you were talking about, this idea of a lived landscape, a landscape that then you always encountered, and that it wasn't a stage set, and that it wasn't, that. So that those transitions, particularly the small garden that's at the back, which is next to the gym, the forecourt of the house where you enter with these landscape pits which are slightly raised. Those connections seemed a bit, not really as one would have hoped, because it seems like the building came after the landscape was already there, and then those conversations were left unfinished in a way, or not started yet.
So actually, when the project came about, initially even in our discussions, there were a lot of opening up to the landscape. But once they started living in it, quite curiously, we found out that they prefer to actually step out of the house and be in the landscape on its own, rather than being connected to the landscape from within the built itself. So there are a lot of doors that were locked or windows that were barely open, which is quite surprising, because they love the landscape, they love landscape in general, they like being in the landscape, but it seemed like they didn't really want as much a connection from the inside.
What was your experience with the last act, that is the water code, and you were talking about some grandmother looking into it, so.
Yeah, so in the water court, there's a Ganpati who, if you actually walk in that space, he's not easy to find. It's positioned right opposite. There's a small window, which is the grandmother's window. And the grandmother actually does not have direct access to the water court, which I did not have a role in. But so this little instance is a conversation that she has with that space, and it's a personal conversation. So like I said, it's a soliloquy. It's a conversation that one has with oneself or alone. So the water happens on its own. This conversation is a part, although they're in the company of each other, they're all happening separately. So the Ganpati is also placed in such a way that nobody else, you're not giving her access, nobody else gets to see the Ganpati. It's her conversation.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you.
So I want to really congratulate you in trying to kind of look at landscape for its kind of deeper meanings. And the metaphor for theatre is interesting, because I was hearing the conversation between you and Bijoy, and these disappointments of how, how one imagines a story being told, and how, quite theatrically the client refuses to stick to the script. And it makes me think that, so this is more a comment than a question, that I think when one hunts for this theatrical metaphor in architecture, what's drama, what is theatrical, very often, whenever I've engaged with theatre, I've always understood that there is a point in which the audience can be an active participant or a passive viewer. And perhaps over here, perhaps maybe you can answer a question. Was there a wrestling with the client on how much of it was a how much are they performers and how much are they viewers? So, the shutting of the door or not using it or changing the way you do it, could it be a pushback from performers?
Can I just answer that? So actually what happened is that even though they did not perform this connect from the architecture, they did have their performance in the landscape otherwise. So even if I don't have to insist that they should, open up. Yeah, exactly. So I felt that, it was another sort, I didn't expect, despite the interest they showed in landscape, I didn't expect this much of a personal involvement that they have been showing in the landscape right now. So it turned out one way went wrong, but the other way turned out great. So, thank you.
Thank you, Architect Arati Binayak. Our next presenter, Architect Poona Naufal, for the project Malabar Headquarters under the category Landscape A.
Good morning. Hi again. So again, I'll be presenting for Architect. The site is actually located in Montana Hills. It's the same place, 15 kilometers away from Calicut City. It's a very steeply sloped site, and it is actually sloping towards the west. And this is one of the photos that we took in the initial stages, and this is how it is right now. So, like I said earlier, when you are in the site, when you're looking around, what you see is beautiful landscaping, beautiful hills all around. But then, unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of vegetation on our side, and we basically wanted, something. I mean, we wanted to create an ecosystem that kind of merges with the, surrounding context. So we basically want to create a forest. The client is someone who's has a very hectic schedule. So he basically told us that every day has to be a vacation. So that's what he said. So this is basically a schematic section that shows how we have dealt with the site. Almost the basement. I mean, 4 basement floors are there on the ground lower level, and the office spaces basically happens on the higher level. And we basically have view towards the west, the western guts. And we have reduced the floor width. We've actually cut down the floor width and divided into 2 blocks so that there's light coming from all the sides. This is the site. It's the same thing. In the future, we're going to have an expansion there. That's like a phase 2. That's going to be limited till the podium level, so that there's no. The office people are still having a view towards the western side. We have actually sloped it towards the south because of the heat. And that's how we actually got into the form. This basically talks about the form, how it's actually sloped towards the side, towards the south. And we have provided green buffer on the western side because basically which acts like an insulation from the western heat. This is the trellis work. So this is a view of the MHQ, the Malabar headquarters. What you see on the lower level is the basement, where we have the parking and all, basement levels, and this is the podium, and the corporate offices basically happens on top. So this is a view from the podium level. Again, a view from the podium level. So we basically have a lot of breakout balconies and small spill-out areas within the facade, and we have a lot of planting happening on the facade itself. We call it the gardens in the sky. It's actually surrounded by planting on all the sides. We basically wanted to create an ecosystem that's very natural, something that's very wild. We didn't want a very manicured setting. This is the green roof, and it's sloping towards the south, and we have the solar panels in the center. And we also have like small cutouts so that the office people can also access from their respective floors. The entire green roof is actually divided into different segments, and each segment we have like a drainage which goes all the way to the top ground, and water gets collected there. This is a recent view of the green roof. Again, the same. This is what you see from the green roof. That is the Western Ghats. This is an aerial view of the same. So like I said, we can see how it is divided into different segments. So the water basically gets collected in these percolation pits so that there's no runoff water. Everything is actually collected in these pits. And the STP water is actually reused for the landscaping. This basically talks about the plant, the podium level. We just have a reception there, and then a central spine. These are some of the views. This is the drop-off entry. This is the central landscape spine. This is a place where these people, the people who are working there come and unwind, sit and relax. View from, section from the spine. The laterite wall, basically we have given a small feature wall there. It's actually made from the laterite that was in the site, we got from the site. We have planting along the passages also, so that when you're inside the building, it kind of feels like you are in a natural environment, ecosystem. We basically want a lot of green, something that's very natural and wild and free. This is a view of the central landscape spine. These are the solar panels I was talking about. These are some of the views from the lounge. Some of the activities that happens there. There's a small video. Can you just play the video? So this is the context. As you can see, it's very green, and we basically wanted something that actually doesn't stand out, something that merges with the context. We've given a lot of trees as some barriers where we have like residences on the top, so it kind of acts like a screen. As you can see, we have planted a lot of trees along that side, so that there's the view is actually obstructed from the residence side. This is the entrance towards the podium, and that's the green roof. This is a view from the podium. So this is the feature wall I was talking about. This is a view from the lounge. We have connecting bridges in between. The building was designed in such a way that it works even without AC. That's why we actually divided the whole building into two and connected with bridges so that there's light and wind coming in. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for that. I think it's very commendable that through the process of building a corporate headquarters, you can actually kind of revive a plantation of an entire hillside.
Yeah.
It's a big commitment to be able to do that. And so I was wondering, was the landscape design and the architecture design going, both, your firm did both?
Yeah,
right?
we actually did
So did it go hand in hand, or was there first an idea of how the built volume will sit on the site and then you figured out where the landscape?
Basically it went hand in hand. Like I said, how we actually...
So if it went hand in hand, then did it, was there ever a discussion on perhaps not building in a consolidated monoblock, but actually spreading the building around, because there's a plenty of hairpin road, no, that goes up. So actually, that's when we were driving up, you go for a fairly long drive till you get to the podium, right? So was there any such discussion or possibility of that, which then got rejected for this design?
We basically had a lot of options given to the client initially. But then they also wanted something to be that's very cost effective, because the slope is kind of very steep. So the option that we actually initially did was not a single block. It was actually spreading out a little bit too much. But then after a few discussions, we also kind of came to a conclusion that this works best. Like a single block actually works best in this particular site. And since actually sloping towards the western side, we have actually given all the basement, all the services and all tucked in on the lower level. So we could actually give like two entries. Like when you take a round, one of the hairpin bend actually goes to the basement, and you take another round and you actually reach so that's how we actually planned it in two different.
The other thing was specifically the maintenance of, it seemed like a tough job to be the gardener on this site, because you have to also be an acrobat.
From the gardener's perspective, maybe, but then we basically, the water requirement for the
I saw that irrigation thing, but actually, like for the the gardening work, was there any thought given, and when does it happen? Does it happen after hours?
It basically, after hours, and it basically happens every month. They keep doing it, and for the planters and all, we have drip irrigation system, so that works like that. Only for the outside plants, they have their own set of gardeners to do the job.
Yeah, just to continue what, so thanks for your presentation. Did you
You're
work
welcome.
on this project yourself?
Like a little bit towards the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the maintenance and the way that the gardens would be tended for, and I think that's the question also that Madhav asked. That there seems to be it seems to be like window dressing, the landscape, that you're going to take 2 feet off of the facade of the building and then put landscape there. But then when you look at the plan and the section of the building, some of these terraces are really tough to get to maintain, to take care of, and then there's no access, there's no safety, precautions taken. So it seems a bit like an application on a building facade. So yeah, it's just a comment really in seeing the building. It is wonderful and it is evocative. It's got a lot of qualities because of the green, but it seemed a bit like it was just applied onto a regular sort of slab block building, which then has green, in that 2-foot zone outside of the building envelope.
There is this barren hill, which then gets this completely verdant makeover. I think that's a hugely commendable commitment, both on your part and also on the client's part. Yeah. But yeah, I'd say that window dressing, the other problem then becomes that, there's always that thing, should those plants be that big when the view beyond? Because I believe from certain parts, it's even possible to see the ocean.
Yeah.
In a clear day, you can see.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that was one thought that occurred. Is the plant actually obstructing that view or not?
Okay.
So
certain areas, yeah. But then we basically want, we deliberately want, the trees to grow naturally.
Yeah, but you know what happens in a corporate headquarters? It's very hierarchical. So then some people are lucky enough to have the view, some people aren't.
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil. Our next presenter, architect Nikhil, for the project Montana Estate under the category Landscape A.
Hi. So I guess I don't need to explain the context again. So this is the building. This is the residence. Like I said, this is the site of the residence in Montana Estates. Again, in Malayalam we call it Mottakunnu. It's called Barren Hill. So unfortunately, this was a state there. But then you can see a lot of trees on the other side all around. So this is one of the earlier pictures. And so we basically have, what we have done is, the client had a lot of mango trees and other fruit trees in this old site. So we've actually transplanted a lot of trees to this particular site. And this is the adjacent building, the Malabar headquarters, and we basically had to do a thick vegetation there, which kind of acts like a screen. So this is an aerial view of the same, and this small piece over there is the adjacent, it's the Malabar headquarters there. So we've actually, the house kind of hides in between all this lush green, so that's exactly what we wanted. So the client said that, it should feel like, I should be going to a wildlife, something like that. We have fruit trees given on the area where we have the dining and the kitchen. And we have thick plantation happening next to the Malabar headquarters. And one important thing that we have actually done is that, we didn't want a very manicured, landscape setting there. Everything has to be very natural and wild. Again, this is the aerial view of the house. So the house, like I said, it kind of hides. You can't even see from the entrance that there's a residence there. And you walk in, and then there's a lot of tropical trees there. The vehicle access is actually taken to all the sides of the residence. Here we have a small patch of ground cover, which actually defines the pathway towards the sit-out and the parking. That actually defines the pathway. Again, the sit-out kind of hides in between all this lush green. Every space in the house kind of opens out to the landscape. That is something that we wanted to happen. Again, the landscape kind of acts like a backdrop to the setting. The spill-out areas here acts like an extension of the dining. again, there are seamless transitions from the interiors and the exteriors. We basically wanted to, blur the boundaries between the built and the unbuilt, so that it kind of, gets in, the landscape kind of, gets into the, we've actually used the same, tandoor stone. It's just that outside we have like tumbled leather, inside we just have like leather. There are a lot of fruit trees happening inside the site. This is the landscaped, the outdoor area where the client sits and relaxes, uses most of the time. There's a pool which actually, the scene over here is quite dramatic during the sunsets. It's like living inside a forest. These are all, random rubble, laterite retaining walls that was actually we got from the site. This is the material palette of the entire building. Can you please play the video? Those are the client's dogs. So all these were actually found from the site, the retaining walls that you see over here. The house kind of, hides there. We've done a retaining wall with the help of, shuttering. That pattern was created with the help of shuttering. This actually defines the path towards the parking area and the sit-out area. The curtain creepers, they act like a screen for the car parking area. See, we basically wanted a very tropical setting. That's the mood that we have tried to create. Like I said, there are a lot of fruit trees in the site, planted next to the kitchen areas. That was one of the trees that was transplanted. We have transplanted around 10 trees. We have 3 different types of chambakya. All this area basically acts like an extension of the interiors. Every space, the living area, the dining, everything kind of, opens out to the outdoor areas, which is actually thickly landscaped. This is the mood that we've tried to create, a very wild, natural setting. We've tried to reduce the hardscape as much as possible and bring in a lot of green. So that is what we have done. Thank you.
Yeah, I congratulate you.
Thank you.
Very good project. And even I think transplanted trees have done well. So overall it is a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, the house landscape, like I said, it's part of this greater scheme of reclaiming the barren hilltop. So I have the full marks for that. But it's interesting, and this is perhaps the distinction between the approach to landscape in this residence and in the Malabar headquarters. Is this commitment to allow nature to come in and for human to go out.
Yep.
That seems to be the magic sauce that's missing in the Malabar headquarters. We won't go back to that. I'm just commenting on this.
Okay.
And it's really, that commitment is true. Like you mentioned, it's possible to lift the flooring off and grow a plant if you feel like it. And that to me holds the kind of key. But it's an exceptionally good project, so congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, like the earlier question that Madhav asked about the interiors, I think it is in a way for us visiting the site, all praises only, but just to augment what both of them said, it is a masterclass in composition, in how you compose space to be seen in, but also to look out onto, the frames, the vistas. So it is just masterfully done, because it's just really great to be in the house and to be part of that landscape, which is all cultivated, which is all man-made in a way, in a place where you didn't have much of it. Also, to talk about the Malabar in the context of this, I also found that in this project there was a huge variety in terms of the inventory of the plant material, different kinds of things, whereas at Malabar it seemed to be more or less all palms, plumerias, this kind of really species, or one or two types of things by and large, but here it's really
we've actually used a lot of native varieties in this particular situation. Yeah, that is great.
Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Architect Nikhil. It's the end of Landscape A project. Now, next category, Landscape B, above 1 acre. I invite Architect Hamid MM and Hafif PK for the project Story of an Abandoned Laterite Quarry under the category Landscape B.
Hi. This project is largely an experimental one, at least something which is not very common in this part of the country. Located in the Malabar region of Kerala, the local setting of the site is an area where mining of laterite brick is very common. Most of them, now belonging to post-excavation phase, remain abandoned. The site is a 3-acre plot in such an abandoned laterite quarry. Thank you.
Afif, really, I mean, really, this is a glorious project in its humility, you know. And I think for me, when I visited that site, it personally felt like, you know, there's so much that what we do as architects that takes away from the ground, from the planet, so much. So in various ways, I felt this project was almost like you performing a penance for all of us. Because all this laterite is stuff that we use without even thinking about it. And this slow, and it's penance in the form of meditation, because it's taken you 6 years to do this project. So I'm so happy to have visited, and congratulations. I think it's an exceptional project.
Yeah, I mean, echo what Madhav just said. Two things about it that really are important as a takeaway for me. The first is the idea of a project that then doesn't show the hand of the designer, that it is completely invisible in a way, that it allows nature to take over. And of course, everything is in a way man-made. You've created the conditions for nature to come back, which is an incredible effort. And the second, I think also equally important thing is, we were lucky to meet Mustafa, the person who owns it. But that's another thing that I think as architects sometimes that we don't recognize the collaboration that is required between us, the clients, the horticulturists, everybody coming together. And the project shows, I mean, the way that he was taking us around and feeding us, that it felt really that there was this synergy between all of the people who were involved in making something important. So I think, commendable work. Great that, I mean, thanks to IIA, that we are able to visit and experience this wonderful project. So thanks, Hafif and Hamid.
Thanks.
Amazing.
Now I know how paradise looks, and yes, I too loved energy of client. He's unbelievable, very young at heart, and he just jumps and loves that land completely. Thank you so much giving us this paradise experience.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Hafif PK. That's the end of Landscape B category. The next category is Architectural Elements. Our next presenter, I invite Architect Abid Rahim for the project The Window, under the category Architectural Elements.
Good morning. So my name is Abid Rahim. I'm speaking on behalf of R&D. So there are numerous questions that seem to underlie our work, and we've kind of pulled out, I think it comes down to a couple of these, which in general we're quite concerned that in pushing our projects beyond creating experiences to actually make a difference to people's life in a deeper sense. So there's a lot of effort in analysis, as well as figuring out how do we make a deeper impact on the users in alignment what their culture, what their values, and what their aspirations are. This is the tropical urban window. This was basically the clients came to us saying that they wanted to incorporate that balcony inside the house. They were not using the balcony, and they had shifted from the upper floor to this mid level. And so this was meant to be the master bedroom, and they wanted that space inside. So basically it's if we move the balcony, if the balcony became part of the inside, it would have become part of the dressing area. And as you can see, it's right outside the bathroom. So people coming out of the bathroom half naked are quite likely to be seen from the gate of this house as well as the neighbors. Also, this particular balcony was on the east side, so there was a good opportunity of bringing in light from the east. But we realized we had to do something so that we enable the privacy that's required. We were also looking at the typical window, the 4-panel shutter that we would have otherwise put there, and realized that having been to the site numerous times, that there was a lot of breeze passing by the house in parallel to the walls that don't get drawn inside. So that's one thing that we thought we would like to incorporate, to kind of draw those winds into the room, whether it's vertical or horizontal. Also, we were looking at the standard shutter, and we realized that when you have 4 panels and one opens more than 90 degrees, there's a lot of effort to stick your hand out and to bring it up, to close it. And in effect, these panels end up blocking and obstructing the wind from coming in rather than enabling them. So basically, we were asking the question, what kind of device or apparatus could we design that not only allowed maximum light, ventilation, but also privacy, simultaneously or in any combination? We were also wondering, could this device also significantly altogether transform the appearance of the house with one intervention? And we were also interested in could there be other ways to open or close a window that had a little bit of fun as well. We were also aware that we were building on this rich tradition of working with wood that we have in Kerala, and quite interested in engaging the body and the haptic experience as well. So how far could the experience be pushed, the haptic and bodily engagement be pushed? So the first move was to stick the window out, project it out so you can get more surface area and draw light in, and to provide louvers. And then we realized if we staggered it further, we could create services that drew the wind, blocked the wind, and kind of pulled it in, and get again more surface area for light. And then if this could open on, then we could further draw wind from the sides inside. And in section, so there's wind coming from below and from the sides, and as well as light. So that's what it ended up looking like. Another view from the bottom. This is an image of it completely closed, and still you get this much light in the space. At night, what happens with windows is that the lights are on inside, and if you don't draw the curtain, then you can see what's happening inside. So that's addressed with the louvers, and on the whole, it becomes a lantern of sorts that lights up the facade. So this is how it works. There's basically a fixed frame as shown on the left, and there are these C-shaped movable shutters that go in, as you can see in the third diagram. And then on top of the C shutters, there are these panels on the top as well as louvers that come in the front. So this is how the louvers work. We assumed that there would be standard details and hardware that we could use, but we realized that it wouldn't work in our context. We had gone and seen a bunch of old palaces and realized that they always had customized hardware in these historic buildings. And so then we ended up having to work out all the details ourselves, whether it's the handles and how it's fixed and how we get them to align inside and to be able to control any leaking of the AC. So they open in three, it bolts and it opens in 3 ways. So altogether you get a mix of combinations of how much you want to open it. So that's how the sliding panels work. So this happens at the bottom and the top. And then the whole thing moves out, the C shutter moves out like that. So this enables the winds passing by horizontally to kind of come into the room before it moves away. Yeah, so with all these moving parts coming together, what happens is that you then have numerous possibilities, whether it's morning, evening, after night, depending on what you want to do, what activities, whether you want privacy or don't want. So there's like a whole plethora of options and how the space constantly transforms. On the whole, we wanted to kind of keep the feel and the appearance as wood and brass. So there's a lot of effort taken to hide all the hardware and all the joinery and all the mechanism. There's a small groove there you can see that allows us to, when you move one sliding, all of the others come along. And we had like very limited space, like in 3 centimeters we had to get the sliding mechanism, we had to fit the glass, and the whole thing had to fit into a frame. This is the handle for the louvers. This is a particular detail that I'm quite thrilled about. So this is what we got, this is what we were able to give them back. And in looking back at the project, because this was done a few years back, there were three things I thought that were quite amusing to me, in the sense that in one sense this was one particular site context that we're addressing, but we think that this can go beyond this particular context and become also a generic solution in such urban tropical hot humid residential areas. We have houses close by and there's no privacy and you need wind and lights all together. And I mean, maybe not us, but maybe somebody else could probably take this forward. Maybe Fenestra would do this in Illuminate. It'd work as a, because it works. In having done it, we realized it works at multiple levels. And yeah. So the other 2 points was that one, this realization that with one element, if you can transform the interiors and exteriors, then that made us realize that maybe what do we do with the other elements in the building, with other objects, with other projects, that this realization that there's more that we could do if we apply the same thought process. And thirdly, this question is about the haptic and the bodily engagement, is how much should we do, how far could we push the bodily engagement of, and make the whole experience much more wholesome.
Thanks, Abid. Yeah, it was quite an ingenious, to use the word contraption, a wonderful response to a condition that we're often confronted with, where people want to enclose balconies to have a usable space. And it does many things, offer privacy, gets the air in, keeps the rain out. I mean, the monsoon window is something that we've seen Charles Correa do. The WOHA has got a wonderful idea, but this has a lot many more options. My only charge or request to you would be to spend a little bit more time in the detailing. It seemed a bit clunky in how it worked and how it was connected back, and it's the mechanics of it. But it is a great idea, and it works really well. Especially in a place where you've got a lot of rain and So I would just push you to make version 2 quickly, so we can all copy it and use it in our projects. Yeah.
So there's no claim that it's perfect or ideal, because what happened was 2 weeks into designing it, the client said, "I'm fed up of waiting. We need to get started. Bring the carpenter and get started." And he paid in advance and he said, "I need to start. I need to see what's happening." So the guy, we were forced to get some action happening, and so they made the outer frame first without having resolved any of the details. And then we were constantly kind of pushing work in the carpenter and figuring out how to resolve these things. And things we assumed we would buy as hardware and we would be able to hide them, we realized that it's not possible. You can't, the hardwares for the whole, to get all those louvers linked together was one moving part and all these things moving together. So there's numerous moving parts that had to last, not get jammed later. And so we were just figuring it on the go. And the detail that I liked the most was the detail that we didn't figure out. We had a half worked out solution. We done models and we took it to the carpentry. And he said, "We've done this much, but we can't figure this. How do you fix this into it?" And then he said, "That's simple. You just cut off the head of the nail." And we didn't realize that that was an option, that you could cut off the head. So that for me was a big learning. So at the end, it's turned out, and that's why I said, as a possibility, I see this could be taken forward, and maybe version 2 would resolve all. Even we were worried if the glass breaks, if something breaks, how do you replace a part? Yeah, so there are definitely some parts that version 2 will probably look at. But what I'm interested in, why we presented, is the idea that there's a possibility of taking this forward. Maybe it works much better in aluminum. And maybe Fenestra should take it up.
Are they sponsored?
Not yet.
A lot to learn from this window, and I congratulate you that such a mundane subject you have taken to almost like an art form. And I wish the version 2 which we are discussing, a complete street with that version on both the sides, becomes a reality soon.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Abid. I think I don't need to add to what they've said, but I do want to point out something, that this is something that I've noticed very often architects do, is they venture into the field of product design and furniture design very enthusiastically, but always under the constraints of an architectural or a design, interior design project. And I think I'm glad you're considering scaling this up, because the true potential of this box of ideas, because that is literally what it is, it's an unpacked box, is when it reaches the densest parts of Mumbai and Delhi, and that's where it'll come into its own and will be a true contribution. But I would suggest to you that you take that up as a product design exercise, because one thing I felt about this is we are talking about version 2. What went up there should have been version 10. There's a lot of prototyping that doesn't happen in the context of an architectural project or interior project. So I'm glad you're going to take it up, and I'd suggest talk to Fenestra, ask them to fund a R&D prototyping process, because that's what this thing needs, and it can be something that could be, talked about the world over,
Thank you. Actually, it did take about 6-7 months. So there was a lot of prototyping, trial and errors. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. But we were kind of constantly. It was part of a whole bunch of other renovations in the house. So they needed to get it finished, and they were not. They just wanted a window. They didn't. They didn't ask for any of this. So there was a lot of pressure to get it done. So. But yes, you're right. No doubt. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Architect Abid Rahim. Our next presenter, Architect Prabul Matthew, for the project Buoyant Folds under the category Architectural Elements.
So Buoyant Folds, it is a staircase of our residence, Buoyant Hue, and this is the final product that we got. On preparing the presentation, I really don't know how to present, so I have gone through the process of making this staircase. So this was the space. We had a courtyard near the dining space. So when the staircase is just going to come in this space, we had a hanging slab, hanging concrete slab. So it has to be with the concrete slab and to be with the space. And this was the sketch that we made, and this is the space that we got, and this is the hanging concrete slab we had. So we had to design a staircase which doesn't hinder with the landscape. So the main important thing that I have to get was the landscape littered, and this is the final product that we did. And this was the schematic things, and we had a sliding door. We had a sliding door also to incorporate with the staircase, and this is the and it is done in 5 mm SS road. So as you can see the wherever we have got the supports. It is we have 3 supports on the hanging slab and 3 supports on the stair itself with the handrails. So the handrail itself acts as a supporting member for the staircase, and this is how we have done the detailing. It is 5 mm SS rod, and the total thickness of the staircase was around 10 mm thickness. So and it is a permeable thing. So let's see the process. So the first thing that we had was we had to make a machine to build the staircase. And this machine was there. It was abandoned for around 25 years. I am really lucky to have a client to do this, and to have a worker who can support me with all my mad ideas, and this was the machine that we made, and we have so this is what the machine will do, and I think this is a video. So can you please play the video? So I'll show you the video at last. So so this is what we have finally arrived, and I had to really, and after speaking of the client, he was really a bit what to say. He was confused whether this will stand or not, and he really judged my instinct. So that's it. That's how we gone with the project, and this is the final thing that we have done. And we have created actually we have done the actual thread and rise in real measurement, and we have we brought it to the site, and we have measured everything, because even if a millimeter is changed, we can't do anything with the entire product, and it will go all wrong. So, and this was the process that we had, and it is done in a particular way. Like the welder had a very good idea of how to weld things, because when it gets welded, the material gets heated and it automatically bends. So he had to make a frame for the thing, and equally divided the all the members, and then inserted the bit member, so that he can keep a measuring thing inside that. So, and the anchor bolts with the welding points, and it had around 4,800 welds were there for making the staircase. And so it was built in somewhere else, like with the in the yard, and it is brought up to the site. The only thing that we needed to do in the site was just to erect it, and it was done in just 2 days. And the total project was done around 15 days. The design process was a little bit more, because we had to convince the client. We had to go for the materials. We have to search for the materials, and so this is what. And you can see how keenly that I myself had to sit with the clients, with the workers, because they also were not so confident about the things. And and we had a sliding. We can't give all the supports to the wall also. We had a sliding door to go inside the. So you can see a leftover part in the. We don't have the support on the wall. And you can see that is my client, who is the third person which is standing in. So he is lifting the staircase. So this is the final thing that we have got, and I was really running all around, because I need to see first thing, like how it looks from the top, how it looks from the bottom. So I was running around with the things, and the handrails that we have used is 4x1 hollow steel sections, and this is the final thing that we got. So. And we have gone to the detail that even the handrails doesn't touch the tiling, because it has to stop above the tiling. I need to have a groove in between the tile and the the lower part of the skirting. So this is where it has a vertical support entirely from the handrail to the bottom, and this is how it looks from the top, and this is the final thing. So this is also a video. I'll just play it afterwards. And this is also a video where we place the sliding door in between the staircase and the wall. So this is how it will look. And this is with the entire space completed. We have a lush green of landscape, which served the purpose, and it doesn't, like, if we don't look for it, it is invisible. Thank you.
Okay, no, I thought you wanted the mic. Thank you. That we really enjoyed our. So thank God for, may I know his name?
Mohan.
Mohan. Huh? So please congratulate him also from our side. Yeah. Because, in a sense, when we look at just architectural elements, so much of the story of chance and the bravery involved in trying to take risks and inventing a new way of going about something is not spoken about. So thank you for undertaking this exercise. I was wondering, were there points where you had disagreements with Mohan about how to go about structuring it? Because there's a certain, almost their geometry, it kind of, there are many adjustments, and it tells me that there may have been debates you have lost.
So the thing is, like, we had a budget constraint, and the first thing I had a thing with the anchor bolts that he designed. Like we had a discussion with the anchor bolts. So it is having a slight problem, because even if we have 16 steps, the kids over there use only 2 steps. So they usually jump from the top and only they land on the mid landing and they'll just, so that is how it is working on. So that is we have a issue with the with the anchor bolts. It is not a great issue, but and with the welding part, like in the finishing part, the client actually didn't pay him well. So that is what. So that is one.
Not only an enthusiastic fabricator.
Yeah. So we had a budget constraint. So the entire material was selected. We had around we had around only 30,000 for the materials, and when the cost of the fabrication got above that, so the client will automatically have issues with the. So that is what we have.
Congratulations, because for as fragile as it looks, it's a super solid staircase. I mean, it's really quite strong.
Thank you.
Yeah, just going back to comments made for the previous presentation, I think it is a work in progress, in my opinion. I mean, it is beautiful. It's exactly what you set out to do. It has that kind of ethereal quality. But it seems like it's maybe 3 or 4 iterations before the final resolved object. It's got a bit too much play. It's a bit slippery. When there are some design things that are a bit, needs a little bit more attention. But having said that, I think it was beautiful to see, and also to see your presentation, which was very, very good about the fabrication. So thank you.
Thank you.
The nice thing about this staircase is that you can get sun below, and you can do plantation below the staircase. Very interesting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Architect Prabhul Matthew. Our next presenter, Architect Jack Chandy Francis, for the project Radiance, under the category Architectural Elements.
Ready? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Chandy, and I represent the office Architecture Amalgam. Radiance is a light fixture exercise which emerged out of a casual dialogue we had in the office. Projects got intense after the third wave, and our architects were exhausted. We decided to have a casual discussion on one of the issues everyone faces in their projects. One main issue pointed out was the cost of lighting fixtures shooting up in all projects. We decided to explore this issue. The result of the brainstorming was highly expensive skilled labor, lack of artists and fabricators, expensive materials, and use of outdated fabrication techniques. This is where we began. Design processes and construction technologies have evolved drastically during the past decade. Skilled labor has become expensive and scarce. This demands focus in generative design processes and design to production construction methodologies to minimize labor and to explore new practices in the industry. A typical room is selected and analyzed. Analysis reveals that age-old practices and construction methodologies restrict majority of the elements and materials into the orthogonal grid. In the current scenario, we observed that all architectural elements such as columns, beams, walls, handrails, furniture are confined to the grid, commonly followed to optimize production costs. Can current day design tools and fabrication systems help to break away from the conventional system? We start the design for the light fixture for the same room we were discussing in. The dimension and scale was fixed, and an orthogonal light fixture was quickly sketched. The cost of this light fixture would be anywhere between 15,000 to 30,000 rupees. Our lighting vendor will ask for a minimum of 2 months to supply this. Everything in the room is orthogonal, and the lighting fixture will arrive after 2 months. We wanted to explore the possibility of reducing these. Simple transformations are applied at the hanging nodes, which now act as the attractor to break away from the rigid form. One of these nodes are rotated to make to enhance the visual experience for the user on the table. This also adds some eccentricity and balance to the form. The instructions are embedded here. The form is selected from endless possibilities that can be iterated using the generative tool. A quick transformation is applied to slice the form into planes. We optimize the sizes to ensure that the fixture comes out of a single 6 by 4 feet MDF panel. The panels are numbered since each planar element is a different size. A hole is made to add a stiffener to hold the planes together, planar MDF panels together. Also a centroid hose. LED aluminum profile, which is commonly available, is inexpensive and is chosen as the light source. GI threaded rod is selected as the stiffener and material to hold the planes together. We had also used simple nuts to create the spacing. The result, why would we like to call this emergent design, is because we cannot completely predict the light result. The planes in different sizes reflect different amounts of light and create interesting patterns in the space. The cost is a mere rupees 5,000, and the start of design to end of production is 12 hours. Thank you. I'll quickly give a video. There was a video attached to this. Can you? I'll present the construction process. All of us in the office just sat and assembled this. So everything is numbered, everything is a different size, but the assembly is very simple. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. I think, what a fun and uplifting project for a young studio to undertake in the depths of the pandemic depression. So, congratulations and to you and your team for kind of doing this. But I think there's two, it's really a comment really, is that I think part of the reason why lights are originally so expensive is not so much for the styling or the designing, it's actually for its performance and the engineering that goes into it. So while this was clearly, obviously it was a studio exercise and so on and so forth, I think, what you called emergent design, where you discover the quality of light, I think, lights when they go to market need to have a much more predictable performance. So I mean, the principle of the light is amazing. The fact that it's parametric generated, so it means the possibilities are endless, and it's actually you should be able to you should be able to parametricize the performance also. So there is definitely potential, and then comes the material and so on and so forth. But I think congratulations on just getting a young bunch of kids to kind of realize that this sort of thing is possible and can be done together, and it's so great. I mean, thanks for this.
Thank you.
That's a really beautiful object in terms of its shape, and it's generated, I'm assuming, through some sort of parametric process, right? Yeah. So
it's a very simple code. I think the simplest we could use to generate something in Kerala.
It's yeah, it's very beautiful as an object. But yeah, like Madhav was saying, I think the question really, we were there during the day, and so we really couldn't tell how bright it was, or whether there were shadows cast, or it's difficult to tell what the performance of the light is. And of course, like a lot of these things that we design as architects, trying out product design, there are many little bits and bobs that need to be figured out. I mean, how does the light get concealed, or how does the wire get to the light? So there are little things that need a bit more resolution. But as an object in your office, which is also a lovely space, it's a beautiful, it's proportionately and in terms of its size, it's a wonderful thing. While I was there, I was thinking it'd be amazing to do a sister which was in acrylic or in frosted glass or something, that then would be just kind of with a very dim light. I mean, it leads you to imagine what that kind of...
we'll work on it on the next one. Yeah, we'll work on it. We were just trying to figure out how to hide the light source as it is.
Or reveal it like a watch, could just be all the mechanics of what goes into a light could be on display.
Right.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Jack Chandy Francis. That's the end of architectural element category. Our next category, residential building multi-dwelling. I invite architect Simi Sridharan for the project Urban Village under the category residential building multi-dwelling.
Good afternoon. I'm Simi Sridharan, here to present our project, the Urban Village. Urban Village is a small community of 6 families. This is next, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, so the plot was at Murikal in Calicut. It's a fastly growing suburban residential area, 10 kilometers away from Calicut city, surrounded by a lot of residences and abandoned paddy fields. So the project started when 2 friends approached us, 2 cardiosurgeons. They wanted to build homes for them and their siblings together. So they had a roughly 1 acre land with them, and they wanted to partition it into 6 plots, 2 bigger ones for themselves and 4 smaller ones for their siblings. So we divided the plot in this way and gave a connecting internal road, and the leftover spaces were left as common areas. 4 of the houses are built as of now, 2 will be built at a later stage. So when we were really excited when this project came to us, we thought of it as an idea to make it into a community instead of doing just 6 residences. So we tried convincing the clients. They were not open to the idea at all. They said, what if there would be problems in the future? What if our children will have discrepancies in the future? So they were not very open to the idea. But then we sort of convinced them that if you make just 6 houses and build compound walls, it will look very, it will look like a cluttered thing altogether. So we convinced them to avoid the front compound walls so that all the front yards will add to the common area visually. Now they have side walls and the rear compound walls are there. So every family has now protected side and rear yards, and every house is designed with private courtyards and patio as well. So there are these common amenities, like we have given a space for badminton court, security cabin, etc. So it's a gated community, even though, but we didn't want to make it look like a villa community where every villa is identical. So uniqueness and privacy was very important. Especially the clients are so different. Even when, these 2 doctor friends, even though they do the same profession, they come from similar backgrounds, but they were entirely different, very, very different personalities. They wanted the exact opposites. So in terms of proportion, everything, their requirements were different. For example, for first house is like 7,500 square feet. The last house is like 3,000 square feet. So there is that difference as well. So usually for most of our projects, what we do is we get clues from the site. So this site was a barren land, mostly with just a few coconut trees. And then the context was also similar if you start to look at these 6 individual houses. So we thought of taking clues from the client's personalities and then do the concept. So this is how the common areas look like. So we have demarcated the site boundaries clearly so that they don't feel a problem later. So everybody knows this is my plot, but still the front yards add up to the common area. So I'll show the different villas. This is the first villa where we have done taken privacy as the most priority. That's what the clients wanted. This is the first villa. We've got screened walls and glass bricks and an internal courtyard. This is Villa 2. This is done for a very social and outgoing couple. They wanted bright and joyful house. It has a swimming pool. This is a large sit-out for Villa 2. This is where the children gather in the evenings. And this is where everybody gather also in times, festivals and all that. Villa 3 is the humble house. This is done for a very humble couple. The grandmother also stays in here. It's extreme simplicity in geometry and the material palette was chosen for this villa. Jaisalmer and Kota are the main materials we've used with slate cladding. Villa 5 is the pristine house done for a very straightforward and systematic couple. So their house had to be very luminous and pristine, done in light and minimal palette. So this is how the community, this is how they celebrated the last Eid together. So we really think it's a very small project, but it's our humble attempt to bring back the joint family system that was prevalent during the olden days. So this grandmother, she's not in the picture though, she was bedridden when this project started. So clients feared that whether she would make it to see her dream coming up. But after coming to this villa, now she is the most active person in the area. She's very healthy and very happy. So this we think is a good model for Kerala to follow in the near future, because in all our families the elderly is left behind and children have nobody to play with. So it's our humble gesture in showing this, so that more people would do this. Thank you.
Thank you for that project. I think they say that takes a village to bring up a child. And what was very obvious during our site visit is that this village benefited from children also. And I think you can possibly reassure your clients in that if these children grow up together playing in the way they were, I think the chances of them having discord later and trying to divide up the land are lesser.
Yes.
Though no one can say nowadays. But the other thing I wanted to draw attention to, which was quite nice, I thought, was in that space of recreation, this common drive. There's a good point and there's a bad point. I mean, there are some things that really worked well, like the badminton court outdoors lined up with the table tennis veranda upstairs, and those louvers open up, and
yes.
I can imagine a lot of ruckus and a lot of cheering happening then. What was disappointing, however, was that boundary wall edge, that faces these homes, because each of them is a character in its own way. That I felt was not kind of worked on, and it could have it could have been that little bit of an extra built-in, you know, furniture, things to do, devices.
I know, yes, yes.
And maybe that's not too late to do something like that, you know, because that's from where you will see this colorful elevation of different personalities. So you can step back and see that. So that's just a comment, but
Very
thank
true.
you. It was a good
Very true.
project.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Simi. Yeah, I had a similar comment. I mean, I was wondering while I was there if there was any other way to take the road in, or, you know, to try and find more common space. But sometimes these are not battles that are worth or can be fought, or, you know, people have different opinions about shared space. But in a multi-family, you know, project, one is really looking at what the in-between is like. I mean, the houses are nicely designed. The one with the pool is an especially beautiful house. But what for me was missing is the detailing of what was in between these houses and outside on the street. So the height of the curb, you know, things like that, which really start making distinctions, where one could have been a bit subversive about it, you know, in terms of how you make those distinctions to mark property, and yet to give those sort of transitions a much more gentler edge. So I found that a bit of a struggle, just in the way that the whole composition came together to form open space for all the families.
Yes. Yeah, it's easy to convince one client
Yeah,
than to
but
convince
it's
it.
a committee, no design. Because just very quickly on that point, I did also notice another really nice touch, and that was that even though you only have a 3 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot setback between, I mean, each house.
Between, yeah.
So you're really very, very close to your neighbor. I noticed that the windows didn't really open into, I mean, you could not really see into each other's homes that well.
Yes,
so
that was
that's,
carefully thought of, yes.
Yeah, so that came through.
Thank you.
Making all the houses different was a conscious decision?
Yes, of course, sir, yes. We didn't want them to make feel that they've bought a villa property somewhere, I mean, in a villa community. We wanted them to feel that they have made their house, so their personalities should come in there. So that was the main concept, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Simi Sridharan. That's the end of residential building multi-dwelling category and session 2. IIA Kerala State Award 2021 is being realized with the support of our sponsors. Our sincere thanks to our platinum sponsor Trojan Plywood, gold sponsor True Turf Safety Glass, silver sponsor Roca, PK, KL Abdul Sattar and MDS Lighting Mitton for making this happen. Everyone is requested to visit our sponsor arena and exhibition hall. Our next session will resume at 2:30 p.m.